This is a Southern Sin breaking news special. Be sure to like and subscribe now.
We're going to go back on the record and see 377-239 stated that versus Devyn Michaels. From the record reflect that Ms. Michaels is present and her attorneys and deputy district attorneys on behalf of the state. We both parties stipulate to the presence of our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and then I'm just going to ask you to raise your right hand. We're going to re-swear you in because it's been overnight.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you. State, you may resume your questioning.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, yesterday we left off with a couple of questions about the backyard and that side gate, that wooden fence. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Machine now 163. Is this a view of the front of the house aiming at the trash cans and that side fence?
it is.
164, those trash cans were opened.
Yes,
165, another trash can. 166, trash can opened. 167, another trash can. Yes?
yes,
168, that trash can opened,
yes,
correct?
correct.
And search anything of evidentiary value found within the trash cans.
No,
168A? Just move that over. You good? Yes. I believe by stipulation we would admit 168A.
Correct.
168,
168A.
168, okay, 168 will be present stipulation.
And ma'am, I mentioned yesterday we appeared to be missing a photo. Does this appear to be a photo showing the backyard and showing that gate where the fence would be out front?
where the wooden fence would be out front, yes.
Okay, so does this now tell us both sides of the entry to the side of the house are obstructed?
Yes,
Did you and your team also go out and execute warrants on the vehicles out front?
yes.
169, ma'am, what are we looking at here?
That is a photograph of the victim's truck and trailer that was parked out front of the house.
Can you describe just for the record how it is parked?
It's parked, I'm sorry, I don't know directionality, but it's just parked along the street right in front of the
Okay.
house.
Parked, I guess, wrong way on the street.
Correct,
And the trailer appears to be hanging out into the street a bit.
yes,
170. Did it appear that the moving trailer portion was somewhat empty,
yes,
other than a blanket or something?
yes.
171, just another angle of that.
Correct.
172, documenting the license plate, if you could read into the record.
399ZUK,
173, is this the bed of the truck?
yes,
Obviously searched at some point.
yes.
Anything of evidentiary value found within the trailer or the bed of the truck?
No,
The inside of the truck, was it also searched?
yes, it was,
174, is that a side angle of the truck?
yes,
A couple of American flags sticking out the back.
yes,
And there's a bunch of photographs of different angles of the exterior of the truck. Is that fair?
yeah,
I'm going to show them all to you, but you would agree with that?
yes,
I'm going to show you one more, 180. Just a better angle showing the empty moving trailer, or moving trailer for that blanket and a piece of wood or something.
Yes,
181, what are we looking at here?
that's the interior of the truck.
Front seat.
Yes,
182, back seat.
yes.
Anything entry value found within the truck?
No.
In addition to the truck, was there a little blue sedan parked out front?
Yes. Little Nissan Sentra.
And was that searched as well?
It was.
185, is that the Nissan?
Yes,
186, rear of the Nissan.
yes.
Looks like a temporary tag,
Yes,
2010 date on it.
yes.
Can you read the plate into the record?
Sure, 1E67224.
And that vehicle was searched as well?
It was.
188. Front seat,
Yes,
189. Back seat,
yes,
190. Trunk,
yes.
appears that there's a bunch of random materials as though maybe someone was packed.
Yes, it was full.
Anything of evidentiary value found within the Nissan?
No,
And I'm assuming that when you're referring to evidentiary value, that would include anything related to blood.
correct.
Let's go back inside the residence just briefly. I'm almost done with you.
Okay.
193, we showed this yesterday, but this particular dog door, did you say, was it impounded under our vent number?
Yes, the cover was, yes.
And you mentioned some latent print processing. 194, what are we looking at here?
So that's the door that's leading from the laundry room to the garage, and that was also processed for written fingerprints.
And 195, a closer view of that same area?
Yes,
You mentioned yesterday, sometimes you'll process and use photography. Other times you'll process and actually pull tape.
correct.
Here, it looks like you may have pulled tape.
We did.
And I want to ask you some general questions about fingerprints.
Sure.
Fingerprints are an artifact left behind when someone touches something, correct?
Correct.
And there's latent ridge detail that could be matched potentially to a known fingerprint, correct?
Correct.
Fingerprints don't tell you anything about timing,
No.
right? That could have been left there a day ago, a month ago, a year ago.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult to establish a timeline for fingerprint.
And if someone is a known occupant of a home, you would expect their fingerprints to be in their home.
Absolutely.
If someone had lived in that home previously, you would expect fingerprints to be in the home.
Absolutely.
If someone had been inside the home, one or two times, they may have left prints as well. You
Absolutely.
just never know, but
Yes.
you do nonetheless.
Correct.
Go back to the body a bit. And I'm going to put these cameras up on, or I'm sorry, these up on screen for the cameras. 208. Is that John once the cover was removed from the body?
Yes.
There was a suggestion yesterday that maybe the decapitation occurred at a different location and the body was moved to this location. Is there anything about this body that suggests otherwise?
We did not feel that decapitation occurred anywhere else, based on his morbidity. When we removed those bedding and all those sheets, his morbidity was consistent with that position. There was no mixed morbidity or anything to suggest that he'd been in a different position.
Okay, the jury's hearing the term lividity for the first time.
Sure.
What do you mean by that?
So morbidity occurs when your heart stops beating, the blood pull into the natural cavities of your body. So the morbidity becomes fixed at a certain point, where you'll see dark discoloration that's consistent with the position of the body.
And so if a body lays, say, in this position on the belly for an extended period of time,
Right,
the blood essentially settles with gravity.
correct,
And that at some point becomes fixed in the body,
correct.
correct? Now, if a person is killed, and they sit there for a minute, an hour, and are flipped onto their belly, they're on their back when they're killed or whatever,
Right.
are there times in which the lividity will change a bit?
You'll see a variance in the lividity.
Okay, and in this particular case, anything suggesting that he was moved from this small position on the bed, then maybe over?
No,
In addition to that, we talked about how you believed it was a post-mortem decapitation.
That's correct.
As a result of that, you're not going to have spurting vessels or veins or arteries, correct?
Correct.
However, there is blood leaking from the decapitation.
Right.
Did you see anywhere outside of this small area in the scene any evidence to suggest this body was dragged in, brought in, carried in, or anything like that?
No, nothing of the sort.
Showing you 212. Now that the cover is removed, can we see more of those what appeared to be chemical burns?
Yes.
Not feeling the need to publish this photo, but I'm going to just show you the old school way. 214 ultimately is the body removed from the scene, placed in the bag, and the custody taken over by Clark County Coroner's Office.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I just remind you, you will have all the photos that were admitted into evidence when you go back to your deliberation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Was the scene documented after John's body was moved?
Yes.
Showing you 220. Describe now what we're looking at.
So after the victim's body moved from the scene, we proceeded to basically open up all the blankets and bedding that he had been wrapped in to see if we could find anything of evidence, anything important in that bedding.
And so we can read it if the jury can't recall. Is this the foot of the bed down in the lower left portion of the photo?
That pillow is the pillow that we discussed yesterday that was underneath the upper portion of his torso.
Okay. Well, I have another personal question. Have you ever received a massage? It's weird, but I have to ask it. So are there times in which a pillow is placed under a person's body when they're getting a massage?
Sure.
Okay. Then here, bottom left portion of the bed. When you first come upon the scene, that is bare, correct?
Right.
Just mattress, and then we saw the red staining in this area.
Correct.
When you fold the sheet back, is this red staining consistent with the location of that other red staining we saw on the mattress?
Yes.
Okay. So hypothetically, if someone were to want to roll this body over, do something to it, could the initial impact have occurred here and then the whole sheet then rolled over and with the body?
It's possible. Yeah.
.221, another angle, just showing kind of now we're peeling layers a bit or getting different angles of the layers.
Yes.
.222, is this the rest of the pillow and the blanket that were underneath where John's head should have been?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Counsel, which piece of it is that? The number?
222.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 223, what is this?
That's a towel that was found towards the head of the bed.
No. And now it's just been laid out for documentation.
Correct. Yes.
225. Are we now seeing the white comforter kind of spread out
Yes.
and a couple of blood spots and corresponding corners on the top?
Yes.
And show one more graphic image just to talk about a point you made earlier. 229. Is this some of the lividity that you were talking about?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay. And that's kind of blood settling when a body remains in a position post-mortem for an extended period of time?
Yes.
One last question. Did you observe any bleeding injuries to the victim's hands anywhere?
No.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Defense, Ross?
Thank you.
Good morning.
We'll just start with the last part of your testimony and address the testimony that you gave yesterday.
Okay.
You were asked a series of questions concerning lividity and when lividity sets in, correct? You'd agree with me that you don't have an opinion as to the time of death.
I would agree with you, yes.
So when you talk about lividity, you're kind of just guessing because obviously lividity sets in after someone dies, correct?
Correct.
And if you don't know when a person dies, you just kind of have to guess when the lividity. Obviously, it begins after the person dies, but we don't know when, correct?
There are several factors affecting lividity, yes.
And what time was it, these photographs that you've testified concerning? When were these photos taken?
We entered this meeting, I would say somewhere between noon and 5 o'clock.
So we're talking about a 5-year period, and you're giving us opinions concerning lividity. And that's just 5 hours that you were there, correct?
Correct.
You gave an opinion concerning, it appears the body had not been moved, presumably from the time of death that you don't know, correct?
Well, I don't know the time of death, no.
No, and that's my point. Yet you're giving an opinion concerning the lividity, correct?
All I can base my opinion on is what I observed during the time that I was there.
Correct. That's somewhere during that 5-hour period, correct?
Based on my knowledge of lividity and based on what I observed while I was there, that's what I'm basing my opinion on.
Let's talk about lividity. When does lividity begin to occur?
I'm not a medical examiner, but I'm not comfortable answering exactly when it sets in.
Thank you, and you're making my point. So it's pretty tough to say that this body stayed in that same place based upon the lividity and based upon my observation of it, correct?
What I'm saying is that based on my observations of the lividity, there didn't appear to be any variance other than the position that he was currently in.
Fair to say the body dies and it moves 2 or 3 times in a 1-hour period. You can't give an opinion concerning the lividity and when it set in and if the body was moved or not, correct?
I'm not a medical examiner, and like I said, there are several factors that affect lividity, including the body itself, temperature, things like that. So again, I'm not comfortable answering those questions.
So fair to say, let's just not get a point where, well, the body wasn't moved because of lividity. That's a fairly unfair assumption, an unfair testimony, unfair conclusion to reach, correct?
No, I would not say it's unfair.
I see. We don't know when the body died, correct?
Correct.
We don't know what time lividity may have set in, correct?
Correct.
But nonetheless, you're just going to testify and say body wasn't moved.
Lividity evolves.
Correct.
Lividity evolves, and at a certain point, it becomes fixed. And again, there's a lot of factors involved. So again, all I'm basing my testimony on is what I observed while I was there.
Okay. During the 5-hour period, correct?
We were there longer than 5 hours.
Yesterday, you had given testimony that based upon what you saw and the evidence you collected, you had an opinion that it was there on the bed. This gentleman died, correct?
Correct.
You testified that there wasn't any signs of struggle.
Correct.
Fair to say there could have been a struggle somewhere else and the body wound up on the bed. You can't give an opinion, correct?
No, I can't.
You testified yesterday that we, and presumably that's you and other crime scene analysts, or who else? You said we a number of times, like we hypothesized that about him, the body being rolled. Who was we?
Members of my team, members of detectives also there, who did a lot of discussing as a group, as a team.
And when you talk about hypothesizing, is it kind of like in a scientific sense where you reach a hypothesis and then test it?
We don't, that's something that we can't really test, but based on our observation and evidence at the scene, yeah, we potentially come up with theories on how blood stain patterns could have occurred. That's very common.
Okay. But getting into, we don't know the time of death
No.
based upon your testimony,
No.
do we?
We don't.
You had testified again, about this assumption that the person died at that bed and then was beheaded. Fair to say that that was in part because you saw some blood going down the side of the bed and puddling on the floor?
I mean, there was obviously bloodletting there that had occurred, but I don't know that that's the sole reason that I made that statement.
Okay. Well, we don't have the time of death. You testified that you observed the head was severed, but you didn't make any observations of the injury, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
Yes, you testified yesterday that the head was severed, but your testimony was that you didn't make any observations as to the wound, correct?
No, as far as, like, what are you, specifically, what are you asking about the wound?
That's what I'm trying to clarify about your
Okay.
testimony and your hypotheses and your conclusions. You testified yesterday that you did not observe or analyze the wound, correct?
Well, I observed it up close, but I didn't make determinations as far as what could have caused that or what implementations that caused the decapitation. I didn't make any of those specific assumptions.
Unless you gave an opinion that the head was severed there, correct?
Yes, that's what I believe, yes.
Are you aware of how the head was severed?
No, I'm not.
Instrumentalities may or may not have been used in severing the head.
I have read the anthropologist report at this point, but I
Okay,
didn't make any assumptions at the time, no.
but you were reaching these hypotheses prior to reviewing the anthropologist's report.
Not a hypothesis about what instruments were used to cause the decapitation.
Well, you're talking about the death occurred here, but you're not really clear on how the death occurred, correct? Or at least how the decapitation occurred, fair to
Not
say?
how the decapitation occurred, no.
You're aware, and since you've addressed it, hand-powered knife and mechanically powered saw, correct?
Correct.
You gave testimony concerning cast-off blood, things like that, correct? And it was your testimony that you didn't see any evidence of cast-off, correct?
I did not.
You didn't see any evidence of cast-off on the walls, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see any evidence of cast-off on the headboard.
Correct.
You didn't see evidence of cast-off on the mattress, did you?
No.
You gave some opinions concerning blood spurting when a person's alive, correct? Fair to say that that a mechanically powered saw would, the kinetic energy would cause cast-off?
Well, it's difficult to say. My only experience with hand-powered tools post-mortem involved being present for multiple autopsies at the coroner's office, where they use power tools to cut up an individual's head or do Y incisions. And no, I don't see any blood spatter associated when they do that.
More of the bodies have been refrigerated, correct?
For a period of time, I guess.
Yes, oftentimes,
Depending on when the bodies come into the coroner's office.
correct. They're generally cold, aren't they? They've been sitting there for a while. They're put on ice.
I don't work down there, so I can't.
Well, man, just gave an opinion
That's
about
fair.
cast-off. Just gave an opinion about cast-off electric tools. That's a different set of circumstances than those circumstances you saw in the photographs that you've been shown, correct?
Well, you asked that if a high-powered tool was used, if I would expect to see cast off. And I'm not going to say no, but what I'm going to say is based on my experience with powered tools cutting into bodies, I have not seen cast off or spatter.
And we were addressing your narrow experience in the coroner's office, correct?
I mean, explain narrow.
We're not talking about crime
I
scenes.
don't work down there, but I've been present for countless autopsies.
You've never seen a dismemberment of a body, head, arm at a crime scene, have you?
I've seen limbs come off before, but I've never been present for that.
Point-time making, cast-offs, things like that.
Correct.
Artists.
Never been present for a dismembering at scene.
You had given opinions, and are these all the exhibits right here?
The ones I used were red.
Today, these were yesterday's. Okay. All of them. Let's take a look at states. Exhibit 87. On the bed.
Correct.
You recall your testimony concerning blood here, blood over here?
Yes,
Appears to be two different spots, correct?
correct.
Testified you observed the blood, but you agree with me that you can't quantify the amount of blood there.
No,
Are you aware of how much blood is contained within the human body?
not exactly. It depends on the body.
Larger, more blood, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
You aware of the body that you took photos of, the measurements?
How big he was?
Yeah.
We don't do that specifically. The coroner's office would take a weight and height.
Didn't look at a driver's license?
There was no driver's license at the scene.
I told you that person was 6'4". Any reason to disagree with me?
No,
Fairly large body.
sure.
That brings another point. Yesterday, you had testified that you could have moved the body over, correct?
I could have rolled a body,
Have you done that before?
rolled a body in a bed.
A dead body.
Not a dead body. Actually, I have rolled bodies. I assisted with the coroner's office when they need help. So, yes.
More than one person because they needed help, correct? It's hard to move a dead body, isn't it?
It's difficult, but it's not.
I see. Bigger the body, the harder it is, correct?
Correct.
And this was a big body, wasn't it?
Sure. I mean, I would say he's average male size,
6'4" is an average male size.
in my opinion.
Okay. You don't know the weight, do you?
No, I don't.
You are familiar with the term dead weight. Oftentimes people refer to that in a social sense, but in a scientific sense, dead weight.
Sure.
Body doesn't maintain its center of gravity. It gets real hard to move,
Sure.
correct?
Absolutely.
It's like trying to move a big wet bag of cement. It's hard.
Sure.
It looks, at least on this photo, at least, that we had two spots perhaps where the body was.
Sure. That, or it could have been something that had blood on it that was placed there.
Okay. You don't know. That's a guess,
We don't.
correct?
Yeah.
So let's not guess. Let's not guess, okay? The covers, and there's other covers, but just for the sake of testimony, did you recover those?
No,
You didn't impound those?
we did not recover any of that, no.
You didn't photograph it?
We photographed the bedding.
The sheet, I'm sorry, the blue bedding?
We photographed, everything was laid out, photographed.
In the interest of time. The colors, yeah, it's in that. Is it missed? Yeah. The slant, I brought these in. That's fine. So there was no analysis performed upon the bed cover?
No. Analysis of what kind?
Cuts?
We did visual observations, but we did not observe any cuts on the bedding or the bed.
Did you take any close-up photographs of the members of the, future members of the jury, law enforcement, defense attorney?
We did overall photos, and if there had been any defects observed, we would have documented those.
No close-ups?
Close-ups of what?
Where the body's found?
We laid out the bedding, but like a close-up would be something of a specific area or a defect or something like that, so.
I mean, you're giving testimony about a head that you don't know how was cut off, and that somehow that happened there, correct?
Correct.
And keep the bedding, correct?
We didn't feel like the bedding had any evidentiary value to it.
I may approach the witness. Obviously, you've gone through these crime scene photos. If you could please show us the photograph that you took.
You know. The photograph of what?
of the bedding that we're discussing, the blue bedding specifically.
These in a certain order.
You just pull them out. Thank you.
The holidays are all about good company and good food. With our gourmet dishes and prepared meals, you can spend more time enjoying each other. That's something to be grateful for. Make it a hand-picked holiday with Harry and David.
All of these contain overalls. Are you specifically referring to the blue comforter?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
So all of those in that pile. They so will also have blue comforter. Sorry, it's a little bit of a mess.
State's Exhibit 220. It's one of the photographs that you just pulled out, correct?
Yes, correct.
Photograph 221, correct?
Correct.
Photograph 222,
Correct.
photograph 223,
Correct.
photograph 224.
Correct.
No close-ups, correct?
Again, like close-ups of.
The fibers, I mean, to say cuts. I mean, obviously, we now learned that a power saw was
Correct.
used, correct?
Correct.
No close-ups of
And again, we visually observed every item on that bed.
with a magnifying
Every piece
glass.
of bedding, the towels, everything, pillows, everything that's on that bed. And we didn't just observe cuts or defects on any of those items.
So you got a head that's cut off with a saw and it didn't leave any marks. Power saw, fair to say?
We did not observe any defects.
It's your opinion that's where the head was cut off.
Correct.
226. Same thing, right? No defects.
Correct.
In fact, in these photos, we don't see any kind of cast off, even minor cast off, correct?
No. On the bedding, no.
Not on the bedding, and that's where the bed was found, or that's where the body was found, correct? That pillow underneath. You've given some testimony about getting massages, correct?
About getting massages, sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
getting correct?
Yes,
Head usually goes on the pillow, correct?
I guess.
Fair to say, I mean, in your experience, since you gave an opinion concerning that, when you're getting a massage, your head's on the pillow, correct?
Well, I mean, most massages, there's really a pillow. You put your head in a headrest.
Well,
on
you
a
talked,
massage table.
and that's the point I'm making. You gave an opinion about a pillow and a massage just a few minutes ago, correct?
Correct.
All right. testified that there is a bathroom downstairs,
Yes,
closest bathroom to the body, correct?
correct.
Any photographs of the inside of that bathroom?
Yes,
Did you take photographs of the inside of the shower?
yes.
Yeah. That's the one I had.
The 168A.
Okay. So after this. They've been admitted. How many photographs of that bathroom downstairs were taken?
I don't recall an exact number.
You arrive on August 7th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
You've given testimony concerning things that you documented that you felt were of evidentiary value, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that you go in, you're taking photographs, but you're not perhaps aware of all the facts and circumstances that may give rise to the murder charge or the death, correct?
Correct.
So you kind of go in there, you do the best you can, but you may not have all of the evidence or all necessary facts to make appropriate decisions as to what is of evidentiary value.
We do the best we can with the knowledge that we have at the time, yes.
Yesterday, you gave an opinion concerning a ring, correct?
Not an opinion, I asked if we located a ring in a trash can, and I said no.
Okay. You didn't inventory what you found and what you did find, correct?
In the trash cans,
Yes.
we photoed like the interior of those trash cans, but we didn't write down everything that was located in the trash cans.
And that's been provided? We have all the photographs of all these trash cans and their contents?
I have the photos that I reviewed that I was presented with when I got here.
You were asked several questions on direct. Did you photograph everything of evidentiary value, correct?
Yes,
You'd agree with me that when you were there and your team and you're taking photographs, a ring was of no evidentiary value, correct?
if we found a ring in a trash can, we would have specifically photoed that. That's atypical.
In what sense?
Well, most trash can items would be trash. Like you can see in one of the photos, there's empty water bottles, your typical trash items. I think a piece of jewelry in a trash can would be atypical. We would have documented that.
But that's assuming that it's a piece of jewelry. It's made out of fine metal, correct?
Again, yeah, I think anything in a jewelry box or ring, something like that, I'm sure would be documented.
How about a rubber ring? Don't have an opinion, correct?
We didn't locate a rubber ring.
Would you have photographed it?
I'm sure we would have photoed the contents just like we did on the other trash cans that are photographs of. We photographed the contents inside the trash can.
Exhibit number 68, you trash can. It's your testimony that you photographed the contents of exhibit 68.
Can you refresh my memory on what exhibit 68 is?
There's a trash can that you gave testimony. Actually, it wasn't. It was admitted. How many trash cans were in the residence?
There were 2 in the kitchen that we observed.
Okay. Anywhere else downstairs?
I'm sure there were, but I didn't make a note of how many trash cans were in the house.
So we have to rely upon the photographs, correct?
Correct.
The blood that was, the drop, there was cone number 1. Do you recall the testimony concerning that?
Well, there was marker A and there was marker B.
The first one, that blood drop.
On the driveway or?
Correct, on the driveway.
Okay,
Was that collected for further analysis?
yes, we collected a sample of that.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
First, I'd move the admission of 168A. Looks like no one's able to find it, but your exceptional clerk tells me that is the shower photo.
168A has been admitted.
Oh, okay.
So it's been mixed.
Just can't find it. All right. Start from the beginning, ma'am. I won't be too long, but I got to get back. So you're a professional.
Correct.
I'm not, right?
Correct.
He's not, right?
Correct.
You made some deductions based upon what you observed at the scene.
Correct.
You're not making deductions based upon speculation of other pieces of evidence that may have been found at other scenes or anything like that.
No.
You're just observing what you're observing, coupled with your experience, and you're making some deductions.
Correct.
One of the things that was brought up was time of death. You would agree with me that it's very difficult to determine a time of death unless someone is killed on camera or something.
I would say yes, and that's outside of our wheelhouse.
Yeah, that's not your world.
Correct.
If there's a medical examiner that may testify later, she might be able to speak better to the timing of death.
Absolutely.
Okay. Understanding you can't really gauge time of death, there are ways to narrow down time of death in the real world, right?
Right.
Like if someone's alive and smiling on a video, you know they're dead at that point.
Absolutely.
If a mom sees somebody downstairs or hears somebody or whatever, they're not dead at that point, presumably.
Right.
Okay, so there are ways to narrow it that may not deal with your world of just looking at the crime.
Yes.
Okay. There was a line of questioning about how the murder occurred, cast off, and this mechanically powered saw and all this stuff. So I want to clarify something. I would hope you never been present for a live person being dismembered.
No, I am not.
You have been present during autopsies.
Yes.
And autopsies are clearly post-mortem.
Correct.
And you deduced from this scene that this was a post-mortem decapitation.
Yes.
And so in the autopsy setting, if the coroner, I don't want to get too graphic, but I mean, they use some heavy duty tools sometimes.
Yes.
And when they're using mechanical or mechanized saws, you're not seeing blood spray,
No.
spatter or anything like that.
No.
So that's the decapitation portion.
Right.
Talking about the actual fatal blow or blows.
Okay.
Do you see anything in the scene that suggested a gun was used?
No.
Did you see anything in the scene that suggested item was used multiple times?
No.
What would you expect to see in a scene if a head blow is done multiple times?
That's where you would see various types of blood stain pattern.
Okay, and that would be cast off or spatter or
You
whatever.
would see multiple impact patterns, impact blood stains.
Would you expect to see cast off if there is a single blow?
No.
There was a discussion about John's size, and I don't want to get too morbid, but you can't estimate his height when he's missing his head.
Correct. Correct.
And so you're just deducing based on what you saw of this headless body that you, a person of your size, could flip that person over a couple feet or whatever.
Correct.
Okay.
New Max Cushioning Skechers slip-ins are incredible. Just slip in and go. Plus, they're built for more cushion and more comfort with every step. But since you don't have to lace them up or touch them, people often wonder, do they on through sneakers? Let's find out. Gotcha, girl. Yep, they're high kick proof. Go hands free with new Max Cushioning Skechers slip-ins. Don't stop the music.
There was a lot of discussion about defects in the bedding. I want to clarify here. So when you have a large item like a comforter, you're taking, you and your team are taking overall documentary photos.
Right,
If you see a defect, especially on a scene where somebody's missing a head, you're going to zoom in and focus on that.
right,
So what your normal process is, you're observing it, you're looking for defects, you don't find them.
right.
If you did find one, that would be like a zoomed in photo, maybe an evidence marker or something like that.
Yes, we would put something indicating that defect and take close-up photos of it.
Now, you weren't there, you don't know what happened when he died, right?
No,
There was evidence that the person who did it cleaned up the scene because there's a big glaring thing missing from the scene, right? Actually, a few glaring things,
right,
weapons and head.
correct.
No telling whether the person who did the cleanup job ditched another piece of bedding that maybe was covering his head when the decapitation, anything like that.
It's possible, yes.
Yeah, you just know. You mentioned that there was no ID found
No,
because Mr. Draskowitz asked you about his height and weight and look at his driver's license. You said no.
no,
And that reminded me, I don't know if I asked you. Did you find any car keys in the victim's room?
no,
Any wallet?
no,
And you said already no ID,
no,
any cell phone.
no.
And then that last line of questioning about the trash cans. All the photos we've seen so far, those are overalls documenting the scene, correct?
Correct,
Then anything was of evidentiary value, you get closer photos and you take also photos of anything you're taking from the scene or impounding,
correct.
correct? Fair to say that you and your entire team were fervently looking for the head.
Yes.
Well, what were you thinking as you're going through this, when you're opening boxes and
We were opening every bin, drawer, cabinet with a great deal of trepidation that we would find a head somewhere.
okay. And so when I showed you earlier, I'm not going to pull the photos, but when I showed you the bedroom earlier, downstairs bedroom, there's a couple containers and stuff.
Yes,
All of that is thoroughly searched
extensively searched.
because there's good information.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you, ma'am. We'll pass it.
Any follow-up, Mr. Jeffrey?
Yes, thank you. Based upon those questions, primary focus, you're looking for a head, weapons, correct?
Correct.
If there'd been any defects to the sheet, to the mattress, to the pillow, you would have photographed it.
We would have photographed it and we probably would have taken it.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any follow-up, sir?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have any questions for this witness? All right, stating your response, ma'am, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. Statement, call your next witness.
Nickolas, Papacs. Yeah, he just has the writings.
I don't want to mix these all up. So it's this powder. This is the one. This is just the first part of this one. But again, okay. So this is the 88, I believe. Yeah, they're in the big step.
Good morning.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about giving this action shall be the truth. Sir, please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
My name is Nickolas Pappas, Nickolas, last name Pappas, Papacs.
May I? Sir, what do you do for a living?
I am a detective with the Henderson Police Department.
In which unit are you currently assigned?
Currently assigned to the Crimes Against Persons Unit, also known as our Robbery Homicide Unit.
How long have you been with that unit?
A little over 2 years.
How long have you been with Henderson PD in total?
A little over 20 years.
I want to bring your attention back to August 7th, 2020. That date, were you called to a homicide scene?
I was.
Were you called while on duty?
I was actually off duty that day.
Why were you called in off duty?
Given the size of our unit, anytime that we have a incident such as that, they need additional resources, so the people typically off duty will also get.
And so on this particular day, you're off, you get called in, and around what time do you respond to the scene, if you
I
remember?
believe I responded at 10:36 that morning.
And was the scene at Dura,
It was.
located within Clark County, Nevada?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, approach.
Yes.
Show your exhibits. 8, 9, 10, 11. 11. Do those all look generally familiar?
Yes.
And they're all current active depictions of aerial maps of a couple of different scenes we responded to in this particular case, being the Paladar scene and with the admission of those.
No objection.
Okay, those are the minutes.
Thank you. So I'm going to start with Exhibit 9. Detective, is this the actual homicide scene that you respond to on Paladar?
Yes, sir.
Represented by a little red flag?
Yes.
When you respond to the scene, detective, what is going on at the scene?
It was an active crime scene. Obviously, I was not one of the first detectives to arrive, so I was a little behind everybody else.
Had the main, or I guess lead homicide detectives already arrived?
I believe so.
And who would that be in this case?
Detective Dennis was primary in this case.
Okay. Primary meaning he's kind of responsible for delegating duties and such,
That is correct.
but you have a role in this as well.
Yes.
You worked in a support role, essentially?
Yes.
What is it that you first do when you arrive on this particular scene?
So when I originally got called out to this, like I said, I was a little bit behind, so we were in charge of actually canvassing for video surveillance originally.
I'm going to show you states 11A. You recognize this?
Yes.
Is this that same Paladura neighborhood with a bunch of yellow tags on it?
Yes, it is.
Do you know if this represents the video cameras that was done by your team?
I believe so, yes.
And can you direct the jury to the area where you were responsible for?
So originally I was in charge of the Carolina Laurel area.
Okay.
Which looks like it's going to be perpendicular to Paul.
Yeah, let me go back to 9. Carolina Laurel, is that here?
Yes.
Okay, and that is perpendicular to the Paladura address. Tell us generally what a canvas entails.
Typically, the canvas, we will walk the locations in the surrounding area, looking for video cameras, surveillance, ring cameras on the next to the doors and everything. Anything that would signify that they possibly have video surveillance.
Okay. While you're doing your particular canvas of Carolina Laurel, are you called away to do something else?
I made contact with a couple people on Carolina Laurel.
Oh, okay. You made contact with people. Do you remember if you yourself impounded any video from Carolina Laurel?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you learn of any surveillance on Carolina Laurel?
I believe that there was no surveillance available.
Okay. At some point in time after your canvas, are you called away to do something else?
Yes.
What's that?
I did conduct an interview after the canvas.
With?
That would have been Devyn Michaels.
Okay. So let's not get there just yet. At some point in time, do you make contact with a homeowner that provides a phone number for who ultimately you identify as Devyn Michaels?
That is correct.
Was there another name used or?
David Dent, I believe, was the person.
No, I mean, the other name.
Oh, as far as Nikki.
Okay. Was there initially some confusion as to who Nikki was?
Yes.
And describe that a little bit.
There were multiple names being used. Nikki was one of the names that we learned of, and we didn't know exactly what association there was with. the decedent. So that was a little bit of a navigation as far as getting through that.
Ultimately, do you receive a phone number for Nikki of 702-677-4340?
44 is 30, I believe, yes.
Oh, 4430? Okay. And do you remember contacting that number?
I did.
Did you make contact with someone who identified themselves as Nikki?
I don't remember if it was Nikki or if it was Devyn identified on the phone.
Okay. Nonetheless, do you tell that person to come back to the scene?
Yeah, yes, I request.
Request that person to come back to the scene. And that person does arrive?
Yes,
Do you see that person in court here today?
I did.
Can you please point to that person, describe something she's wearing today?
She's sitting across over here, looks like wearing a purple blouse, and I can't see the actual pants.
Would the record reflect identification of the defendant?
Record so reflects.
Thank you. You indicated earlier that you conduct an interview with the defendant.
I did.
Was that interview audio recorded?
It was.
Was that done in anyone else's presence?
It was.
Sorry. Who else was present for that interview?
Detective Dennis was always present for that.
Okay. I want to ask you, just generally while we get it booted up, I apologize. At the time you interview the defendant, are you treating her as a suspect, a witness, an unknown? Like, how are you approaching this?
It was an unknown at that point because we really had no idea what was going on.
Okay. Did you have some preliminary information from a woman by the name of Yoko?
I believe so.
Okay. But is this more of like an information gathering, not like an interrogation of a suspect?
That is correct.
Tell us generally what's the difference between an information gathering and like a full-on interrogation?
I'd say like in an information gathering type interview, we are literally trying to solicit information as far as what's going on, because we don't have all the details. I would say an interrogation would be more directed as far as the direct questioning, possibly.
Okay, so at this point, you're just looking for answers and anything you can get at that point. Okay. May we?
Yes.
Judge, I would move for the admission of 618. I would move for the admission of 618.
Are there any objection to 618?
No objection.
Okay, that would be admitted.
May we publish?
Yes.
And this was an audio recorded interview?
Yes.
2020. Blood running after money is it goes out as 1531. Also, the everything you do is my partner detective. That's this under 1505, and we're here speaking with Canada. Devyn Michaels. And we are here in reference to DR 23-15229. We're going to bring my detective for partner 2698 Tyler Garage. So, yeah, I'm going to consider vehicle already told me that and he was found deceased this morning. Okay, so
Detective, we're going to pause that at 46 seconds and judge me. We have a bit of an echo going. May I inquire if the jury can actually hear what's being said? Are there any issues? Okay. Thank you.
As well as, please remember, ladies and gentlemen, you will have this recording with you. It's been into evidence, so you will have it for your review during the deliberation.
we don't know what happened to him. That's why we want to talk to you. See, I know you were here last night. You guys are like trying to move out of the house and move back to your place in Austin. Yeah. So if you guys go over the last time you saw him yesterday, your guys' conversation, anything that you think is important for us to know. As of right now, like I said, we don't know anything. You know, we just need to find out and start putting things together to figure out what happened.
We spent the whole day together yesterday. We did the girls' school shopping, clothes, supplies. We loaded up the truck, we took to my house, unloaded it, came back here, was loading more things up. We just unloaded things. We ate, drank a little bit, smoked a little bit. That was it. Like nothing abnormal.
Okay. What time were you guys here last night?
Often on time. I know like we left like at 9, I think. Got back at 10. And then I know I left, but I'm not sure what time. I was talking to Yoko, so she would have the idea of the time last.
So last night you talked to Yoko, was that after you talked to Yoko last night, was when you left, or after that?
Shortly after that, because she was cleaning up and was cleaning like bottles and stuff like that up.
Okay, and who was home at that time?
Myself, Yoko, and Yoshida.
Okay. And then last night when you talked to Yoko, you don't remember what time that was last night, or was it this morning?
It was like midnight, 1 o'clock, I think.
Okay. You know,
Yes.
we were talking about.
We were talking about John owing her money, and she said he owes her $200. We were talking about Andrea coming back. I know John's trying to get out before Andrea came back. And I left the keys for her for Andrea.
When was she supposed to come?
We don't know. John said it was going to be any day because she has to pick up the car before the 16th. So we know she's like supposed to sit.
Soon, meaning within the you're saying now on the 16th?
Yes.
So we don't know if she was coming today, something like that.
He just didn't want to be here when she got back. So we were kind of rushing to get everything moved. The majority of stuff is at my house right now.
Okay. And then you can move stuff back and forth. So what's your address?
5510 Porcupine Road.
5510. I saw that.
Porcupine, Porcupine, Graham R.I.M.
Is that Vegas?
Yes,
You know the zip?
89130.
I just saw your first name.
Devy
Last name.
Michaels. So
Your neighbor.
42878
And your phone number.
702-677-4430.
Okay. So you're moving stuff back and forth to this house by 1040 Penryn.
Yes, sir.
And then from there, you came back here around maybe 10 o'clock-ish. Did you guys pack up more stuff?
Yeah, I put one stuff in my truck, and then I went and grabbed my first prescription, and I went home.
Okay, but you said that drinking when you guys got back the last time?
Yes.
So, guys, when you got back, kind of explain what happens from there. So,
He started drinking, and he started smoking. He smoked cigarettes when and he was in the garage. Yoko came down. They were having an issue. She went back upstairs. And then she came back down later.
and then he fell asleep.
No, he was in the garage when I left.
He was, okay, because you always told us that you were asleep.
No, I said I told him to sleep it off instead of trying to drive last night.
So when you left, so,
Yes.
and what was he doing in the garage?
Smoking.
Something wrong.
Weed.
And the ones in trouble for smoking weed are doing any bad drugs right now. We're worried about trying to figure out what happened to Jonathon, okay? So don't leave anything out, just if you think they might get someone in trouble, okay?
It was just me.
Okay. Does he do anything else? You know?
No, sir. I know he smokes cigarettes and weed. I know he has drinking. He was drinking Jameson last night. I was cleaning everything up before I left.
So he's in the garage, say he's just smoking, and then you finish packing up your stuff, and then you take off.
Yeah.
That's the last time. You guys text each other or call each other?
I've been texting him all morning to get the first day of school, and he was supposed to come down to help me with the grocery store.
When was the last time you called him? Last time you called him? Like 10 minutes ago, call.
No, last time I talked to him was face-to-face.
Okay, so you didn't text him when you got back to your saying, hey, he didn't try texting you. Okay,
I texted him, he couldn't help me from what it hurts. I texted him. Hey, this was 4 this morning when I was up to get stuff for the girls ready for school. And I was saying, like, I can't find anything. And then I've just been calling and texting and haven't heard anything.
So,
Spot Pet Insurance plans have covered over 500,000 pets, getting them up to 90% cash back in about 2 days for covered claims like surgeries, dental issues, and much more. Choose America's favorite pet insurance for your baby. I mean, pet.
do you know, like, what he does for work?
He's a handyman, so he does odd jobs.
Like side jobs?
Yeah.
He just, people just call him, and he'll just do things like mom says, like cleaning stuff that he move people to. So he just does any kind of odd jobs. How long has he been doing that for?
A few years.
Does he have a lot of clientele, or is it just like word of mouth?
I think it's more word of mouth. I don't know his clientele. He says he puts ads up on Facebook, and he tries to drive his trailer around a lot. Like yesterday when we went shopping, I wanted to go with my car, but he wanted to use the trailer for advertising. So,
That's the only last time you had a gig or job.
With, he did something on Friday. I don't, he was doing somebody's stuff.
That's the last job that you know he's done.
Yes, sir, he asked me for it. I don't know who it was for, but he told me how much he made and everything. But again, I don't know any of his friends. He's talks about someone he works with named Andrew. I know David, that's the neighbor we've gone to his house. But I don't know who he works with. I don't know. I just don't know anybody of that nature. I know names.
Anybody that comes to mind where you stop him, I owe this person some money, or hey, just be on the lookout, this guy's looking for me, type of thing.
Those are people with him. Like he said, this guy, this one right here owed him money. So.
Did you own any weapons, handguns?
Yes, but my house now. We took them over last night. We didn't bring ammunition, like, because there's no safe at my home for them. So we intentionally left the ammunition here.
Over here.
Yes.
And then,
So detective, so far you've learned a few things from Miss Michaels. She indicated that John was alive and fine when she left, correct?
Correct.
She claimed that John had some guns, but they'd been moved to her home, correct? She did not have a safe at her home, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to resume.
they're supposed to pick up this car over here.
His ex-fiance.
They were supposed to get married.
Yes, sir.
When did they?
They broke up, I want to say May.
This year?
Yes, sir.
Why they broke up?
She was trying to get back with me, and we all her stuff out. She tried to come back. It just, from what he said, he'd rather try to make it work with me versus with her. Says that she's been trying to text him and he hasn't been answering. So. She did show up one time, like out of the blue, because I came here to take the girls to school, and she was here, and we did not expect it. But she got a blue car. She's supposed to be driving back to wherever she's at. But I don't know if it's Utah, but he said she's coming because it has something about the 16 on it, the tax. And Yoko, I got the keys for Yoko, just in case she did, and someone will stand for her. So.
Did you mention earlier that your first you guys were trying to avoid her, because as far as her over or shutting down, is that like a constant follow with her?
I would say a problem, but he didn't want to keep dealing with her. He said, like, his ring, we actually threw his engagement ring in the trash last night. So he said it's done, he's 100% done, and he wants to have a family with the girls and everything. We're not driving back and forth.
Yeah.
We brought as much as we could to the house last night. Literally, we were doing this last night.
Yes. Have you seen any text messages she sent him or anything?
No, sir. He just said that he was done. He was done to Romanesburg.
And she wasn't doing that?
I don't know if that was the case. I think, I think she was trying to get back with him because her situation wasn't working out. And she left with some other guy, and it wasn't working out based on what he was telling me. And he kept saying that she was reaching out to him, and I think some girl named Melissa started reaching back out to him.
Like in the Mexico?
Yes. And he said that she reached out to him on Facebook.
What's going on?
Yes, sir, that's all. Yeah, I was sitting there talking, 702-661-9242. Yeah, I've been trying to reach him, but I just thought his phone was off again, because that's normally what happens when I can't find him. Like from now.
Yeah.
So.
There's nobody that mentioned that has issues with him other than Andrea, who they had a breakup. They're supposed to be married, but then tried to work it out with you. You said that she left with another guy, so he was too upset.
No, he was saying that it wasn't working out where she was at, and she was trying to. Yes. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. I don't know if he was saying that just to kind of make me want him more, or what the situation is, but that is what he was saying.
People just don't get it. That Squarespace isn't just for websites. You can get a domain from Squarespace too. It's kind of like how your parents don't get how you make a living off your art, but you do. And with a domain like existentialglitter.com and a website from Squarespace, you can build a brand for yourself, grow your client list, and continue to confuse your parents all in one place. Get yours before it's gone with offer code MAKEITREAL for 10% off your domain or website. Terms and conditions apply.
And what about Anthea? She's the mother of Deviere.
Yes, but she lives in California.
Did you talk to her at all? Nothing like that. So, guys, when did you guys start talking about?
We started talking more, I would say, at the beginning of this year, because I was coming down here to take the girls to school and things like that. And he was always saying that was kind of on her way out. So.
Okay. So the girls were living over here with Yoko and Jonathon. Okay. When did they move back in with you?
The day school got out.
So around May
22nd.
They go back in with you, and you guys are starting to work things out at that point. So you guys have been off and on since when?
No, we're not off and on. We're just trying to make a family work. Like, we're not physically intimate or anything like that. We're just trying to, because the girls really want us with one house, yeah.
Right.
And it's on us, so we're trying to make that.
You have a boyfriend and you're now?
Yeah, I'm married.
You're married?
Yeah.
Alright, that was not that information. I thought you
I'm
guys.
married, but, okay.
You guys are possibly trying to get back together.
No, we're trying to get everyone in one house and be a family
Oh, okay.
for the girls.
So who are you married to?
Yeah.
The son.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. So Deviere, his son, and you are not married. How long have you been married?
Almost 2 years.
2 years.
And yeah, John House.
So it wasn't like you guys had to get together. You said instantly. He's just gonna move back in with you to be with the girls.
Yes.
Was there a reason for that? Just with the girls, or was there other?
It benefit everyone. He was having issues here. Yoko was trying to, get him out, and then he needed a place.
Deviere was good with having dad come back. You know.
I wouldn't say good, but he understood. It wasn't his first choice for everything.
spell Deviere?
Deviere.
Deviere. Good, 2 years.
Almost 2 years.
Has there been any issues with Deviere?
Like, they don't work together anymore, but they're not really.
Did he used to work as a game and stuff with them? What does Deviere do now?
Installations, security systems and stuff.
Can't get into that. Who did?
John and I, we had just taken the cameras down at my house.
Well, there were cameras on the house. When did those go down?
Last night, we just brought them over.
Oh, you just did one last night.
Yes.
There's no cameras left on that home. And then how many dogs are in the house? How did you know? 4. And then are they typically, where do they usually stay? I mean, like in a house, like where?
Downstairs in John's room.
So they just all hang out downstairs and that. Is that considered a room? Like you walk down and there?
That's where he
That's where he stays.
Yeah.
And they usually just stay out there. Does he walk outside at all ever? Or?
Yeah, he goes outside. There's a patio door thing. So yeah.
Is that a doggy door?
Yes.
Does that ever get locked or do you just leave them outside?
No, it gets locked sometimes. When he eat and he doesn't want them.
Oh, yeah. You've been here, married for 2 years. He's just, John was just going and moving back in with you guys. And the girls and family, and it was beneficial for everybody. You're saying, because the driving and things like that? Or
Not the driving, it was just the girls really want us together. And I know it's kind of complicated for them to understand that I'm married to Deviere, so we were bringing John into the house just to kind of keep things. I know it sounds weird.
you can understand what I'm saying. Do you have any kids with Deviere?
No, sir, I can't have any more children.
We're all having kids.
I don't know if you could talk to the neighbor, David. I know John was supposed to go to them last night. He was doing like a craft play thing.
Like some kind of seafood board.
Yeah.
And then the job and any workers that we had, like normal, like day to day, or was always something different?
He had a few that were pretty routine.
You know their names?
I just know Andrew. I think the neighbor on the other house, that way, worked with them sometimes.
You know his name?
His name was David.
David?
Yeah, not this guy, but David.
Yeah. You don't have any number?
Yes.
Would Debbie know who Andrew is? Is that they work together?
I don't know. Because like when John texts me, it's usually, hey, I got this job, this, and this. So I have those. But they don't really have names on them or anything like that.
When John goes to bed, is there like normal clothing that he wears, like pajamas? Like when he sleep, there's just like shorts on, no shirt, or just like an underwear, boxers.
The last time John and I shared a room, my daughter was 3 days old. my oldest daughter. So he used to wear boxers a bit.
And that's it. Okay. That sucks. I know it was a long time ago, but sometimes that stuff changed, you know?
I know he used to wear boxers.
That's all he just do the boxers, no shirt, and that's it.
Yes, sir. When I lived, he was wearing boxers. He had on, I want to say like black boxers.
Okay.
Boxer briefs.
Does John have any tattoos?
Yes.
Do you know where and what?
On his arm. I don't know which one is which, but it says Oriental John.
And then anywhere else? You know? Oh, left arm?
One on each arm. Don't.
Oh, it's very full down.
Yeah. But he's had those long.
So you guys moving his stuff out of here, or was it the girls' stuff?
Oh, we brought all the girls' clothes, like the majority of his stuff last night.
And then how long have you guys been moving stuff out of the house?
Last night,
That's it?
yes, sir, he did everything up that he could, and we just brought it over. Like, he made it possible.
When you're saying you're good with this arrangement,
He was okay with it. I wouldn't say good is not his first option, but he understood.
you're saying you understood it benefited everybody.
Yeah, it wasn't like there's a lot of animosity about it.
And
The biggest problem was the dogs.
then when you guys are starting to talk to each other again, you and John, you say you haven't been in together since for how long?
2018.
Do you know anybody else that you might have been dating, or Andrea?
Everybody. He was dating Sarah, Andrea, Michelle. He was just like, when we separated, he was just
What's going on dates like crazy?
Yeah. So I don't know how many. He said he had 5 girlfriends at one time.
As far as you know, he wasn't selling like anything illegal right now.
No, his hustle was he go to the good buy things and then try to sell them. Yeah, that's why like if you go to the backyard, there's a ton of bikes. And he would get like turf and just random things on his dogs and then try to sell them. Like it seemed like he was trying to do better than what he did in previous years.
Were you guys hanging out at all? Because I know you were all day yesterday. Prior to that, it was like a regular thing. You guys would hang out, or?
We actually were here a couple of times this week, me and the girls.
Okay.
We had dinner and everything like that. We were here on the 4th, because we went over to David's house. I think we were here like a week after that. So it was just whenever.
Did you come with you guys?
No. It was me, John, and the girls. We were trying to build that together.
And then, Nickolas is Deviere's parent too, right? That's the reason why he would want to come over.
No.
He just left it with you guys.
Yeah.
Any additional questions for the tech practice? Okay. Well, we have your phone number, so if there's any extra that we need to talk to you about, we'll give you a phone, okay? Only thing I said, mostly 12:43, and that's it.
Shall I keep going?
Okay, Councilor Burr. take our lunch recess. During this recess, we must not communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication, or social media. We must not read, watch, listen, news, and media accounts or commentary about the case. We must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. We must not make any investigation, theory of the case, recreate the aspect of the case, or any other way investigate or run about the case on your own. And you must not form or express any opinion regarding this case. So it's fine, submit it to you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 1 o'clock, will be recess 2:15. All rise for the jury. Sir, you are excused. Just remind you that you are under oath and you're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anybody, and that you could be back at 2 so we can prompt this out of the Okay, thank you. May the record reflect you outside the presence of our church. They have 11A been admitted to. You showed it, but apparently you don't have it as actually in your video.
Oh, it was in the stack. I may have not said 11A, but there was no.
To 11A.
There was no objection.
Okay, 11A is it. Okay. Anything we need to do outside the presence?
No, no.
All right, we'll be back to the case.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. And we print must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few or a few thousand, we print on everything. Customers can go from noticing your brand to falling in love with it. Right now, new customers can get 20% off with code NEW20. Because if you need it, print it at Vistaprint.com.
record in C 377239, stating that Devyn Michaels may the record reflect that Ms. Michaels is present with her attorneys, deputy district attorneys on behalf of the state. May the record reflect we are outside the presence of our jurors.
There was some confusion earlier with a late marked exhibit, so I just want to clarify for the record. 112A is the shower photo that we referenced. We moved the that because it's not admitted apparently.
Okay.
No objection.
112A will be admitted.
To clarify the earlier record, the one I was representing was 168A is actually the backyard photo, and we would move to admit, actually that one is admitted. 168A for the record.
Okay.
291A. Actually, for this witness, we showed defense counsel following exhibits. I'll give you this: 239, 243, 265 through 268, 291A, 339, 344 through 352, 360 through 361, 363 through 368, 373 through 389, 394, and 436.
Okay, and are those going to be stipulated or are you?
Most stipulated admission, those exhibits.
Yes, those will be admitted pursuant to stipulation. Anything else outside of presence?
I don't believe so.
Nope, that covers it.
Okay. Thank you.
All rise for the jury. Be seated, Your Honor. The jury's all present and accounted for.
We are going to go back on the record and see 377239, State of Alabama versus Devyn Michaels. May the record reflect that Ms. Michaels, deputy attorney on behalf of the state, and both parties take into the presence of our jury.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, officer, I just remind you, you are still under oath.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, we left off hearing that recording of the first interview conducted with the defendant, Devyn Michaels, correct? If you recall, when that interview was conducted, had you and your team executed the search warrant on the Paladar home yet?
Not yet.
Okay. So did you have a general understanding of what you had in your safe?
Not for me.
Okay. Did you know there was at least a decapitation?
Yes.
Okay. But anything else is kind of follows the interview?
Yes.
You then enter after a search warrant is authorized by a judge?
Yes.
And do you go into the scene itself?
I do.
Do you stay downstairs, upstairs, go through the whole thing?
I was in charge of searching a few different locations. One was the upstairs master bedroom, one was the kitchen, another was that kind of middle room, dining room area, as well as like a converted living room section that was more of a bedroom.
Is the converted room where John's body was found?
That is correct.
Okay. So let's start with upstairs. Was there anything of evidentiary value found upstairs?
No.
Anything of potential evidentiary value found in the kitchen area?
No.
Anything found in that level where the kitchen is? Like, and then let's focus in on the converted room, John's room, I'm going to call it. When you went into John's room, did you get an overall perspective of the scene?
I did.
Did you go kind of look around and search different various items?
Yes.
Did you make any observations of the body itself?
I did.
And what were those?
That the body was laying, across the bed with obviously decapitated.
Did you notice a substantial amount of blood under his head? Or where his head should be, I'm sorry?
There was blood on the mattress, I believe, as well as on the floor.
Did you observe any blood on the ceiling, on the walls, or anything like that?
I did not notice anything else there.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but you've been in homicide about 2 years now, correct?
Correct.
Prior to that, have you responded to violent scenes before, even if you weren't on homicide?
Of course.
Types of scenes?
I spent close to 9 years in canines, so we went to a lot of different violent calls, obviously looking for suspects that had fled, obviously patrol work and things of that nature. I was also an officer for a while, so obviously responding to like your typical patrol calls, violent crime scenes, suicides, anything of that nature.
Okay. Did you make any general observations about the blood situation in this particular scene?
It looked a bit localized around the body.
What do you mean by localized?
As far as like the pool on the mattress as well as underneath, but nothing like you mentioned as far as like on the ceiling or anything like that.
Just so I can clarify, did you observe any blood staining or patterning or dragging or anything other than in that small area around the bed?
I did not.
Anywhere near the front door, the garage, the back door, anything like that?
No.
Okay. Did you observe any of the victim's personal belongings, such as his wallet, his car truck keys, his phone, or his social security card in the scene?
I did not locate those items. No.
Did you observe any weapons that could have been used to do this crime?
Obviously, there's kitchen knives and things of that nature, but nothing that was obvious.
Yeah. Nothing in the room.
Not that I located.
No kitchen knives in the room.
Not that I recall. No.
You're referring to the kitchen knives in the room. Any of those, did those have any apparent blood on them or look to be
No.
dirty, I guess? Okay. When at some point in the investigation, do you get called out to execute a search warrant at a different residence?
I did.
Where was that?
That was going to be at, I believe, 5510 Porcupine Road.
Showing you what's been admitted as 8. Do you recognize this early?
Yes.
And what does this appear to be?
That looks like, obviously at the top is going to be 5510 Porcupine Rim Street. And then down at the bottom appears to be the Paula address in Sim.
Okay. And the information on the left, does that look like just a general Google mapping?
Yes.
And it appears here that there are a couple different routes you can take, but overall it's about 32 to 36 minutes between the two via a vehicle.
Yeah, so that appears to be what the route says.
And this particular route that's highlighted, it says 25.8 miles. Is that fair?
Yes.
You can see that. And Palladuricine within your jurisdiction in Henderson.
Yes.
Porcupine Rim scene is within Metro's jurisdiction, but as a result of you investigating a Henderson homicide, you go into that jurisdiction.
Yes.
Is that common for agencies to overlap during
Absolutely.
investigations? When was it that you responded to this Porcupine Rim scene, if you can recall?
I believe that was later in the evening on the 7th.
So we're still on the 7th. Okay. Is that a yes?
Yes.
States 239 are admitted. Is this the Porcupine Rim address?
That appears to be so, yes.
And there's 2 very apparent vehicles, but then there's one kind of tucked behind the van. Can you see that?
Yes.
Were you present for the searching of any of that?
For the overall residence, yes.
Okay. Were you present for the searching of the vehicles, or?
I believe the other detectives in our unit were actually searching those specific vehicles.
Okay. And you obviously are working in tandem with other detectives and crime scene investigators.
That's correct.
So I pulled a few photos. We'll have a crime scene investigator talk about the scene, but I want to direct you to a few things. States 265, do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is this?
That appears to be the front entry room inside the residence.
Okay. Fair to say there's a shoe rack on the right side here? And did you find any shoes that were black and white Nikes with a white Nike swoosh across the outside?
I did not locate any.
Showing you states 268. Is this the same room?
Yes.
Do you see these samurai swords here?
I do.
Were those of something of interest that you guys were interested in?
Yes.
And did you observe those?
I do not recall actually pulling them out personally, but I did observe them.
Okay. Did somebody pull them out and check if there was blood on them?
I assume so, yes.
Okay. But you wouldn't know that? You don't recall?
I did not personally do that.
Okay. 267. I can't remember why I put this up. Do you see anything of evidentiary value found in this one?
No.
291A. Did you participate in any of the upstairs searching?
No.
Oh, okay. Do you recall ever having found you or anyone on your team black and white female-sized shoes with a white swoosh along the side?
No.
Did you participate heavily in the search of the main bedroom?
The downstairs master?
Yes.
Right. I did.
Tell us generally what your observations were of that bedroom.
Appeared to be like the largest bedroom in the house. That was downstairs. It was cluttered with lots of different clothes, papers, things of that nature.
And during the course of your search warrant, are you looking for particular items that are authorized by the judge?
Sure.
If you come across something that was not originally expected or authorized, what is the procedure of that?
Well, typically we'll obviously take note of it and contact the lead detective to determine what course to take on that one.
Okay. In this particular case, were you looking for any items associated with the victim?
We were.
And did you find some items associated with that? Describe the search process and how you came upon those.
So with the search process, just when executing a search warrant, we obviously let our crime scene analysts first enter. They take over all crime scene photos. The way the condition of the room was before we entered. After they're done with that process, then we enter, and then we actually physically search for the items that are within the search.
In this particular case, were you tasked searching through the dresser in that master room?
Yes,
And did you find something of note?
I did.
What was that?
I found a black wallet as well as a set of car keys.
And before we get there, I'm going to show you 366. You recognize that?
Yes.
You remember where that was found?
I believe that was on the bed.
373. What is this?
That looks like the same bag with a cell phone.
Okay, and then we have some items that appear to have been removed from that bag.
Appear to be, yes.
374, was that an item that was in that bag?
I believe so.
367, is that another item that was in that bag?
Yes.
368, is that another item that was in that bag?
Yes.
Before the camera goes and broadcasts that to the world, can I borrow your money? Fair to say that's a social security card, sir?
That appears to be yes.
For the record, I've redacted out the social security number, Judge. 368. Can you read into the record the name on that social security card?
The social security card says Jonathon James Willette.
$394. Is that the contents of that wallet?
It appears to be.
$395. The rear side of the contents?
A little bit.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Uh, 364, same wallet. This is the condition where it was actually found.
Yes.
363, same thing, just showing a different angle of how the social security card was found.
Yes.
You mentioned searching the dresser.
I did.
Showing you 344. You generally recognize this?
I do.
So tell us about the search and how you came upon this item, and was it in this position when you first?
So when I first found it, it was actually in the top left drawer of the dresser in the back right corner, buried under like women's laundry underwear, things of that nature. The items which were actually the wallet as well as the Chevrolet keys were in a series of packs. So Michael Walton keys were in one bag, and that was tied off, and then that was in another bag, and so forth, I believe, for a total of 6 bags.
Ultimately, do you and other people document the process of unraveling those bags to see what's inside? 345, unraveling the bags?
Yes.
346, unraveling the bags?
Yes.
347, is this the innermost bag?
I believe so.
And I note the person holding it is wearing gloves.
Yes.
Is that you, do you know?
More than likely, I believe it is.
Okay, anyone who touched this bag within the scene, would they have been wearing gloves? And what's the purpose of that?
Just to basically prevent contamination of the crime scene as much as possible.
Okay. Ultimately, is that last bag open?
I believe so. There could be one more. I don't.
Okay, let me show you 348. Ultimately, I mean, every bag is opened.
Yeah.
And what is inside?
So that is a black wallet with Jonathan's driver's license in it, as well as a set of Chevrolet car keys.
349, a little closer image, it shows both those items.
Correct.
350, there's the truck keys in there.
Yes.
351, just a different angle of both items.
Correct.
And 352, that's the outside of the wallet.
Yes.
Ultimately, 436, that's photographed later, correct?
I believe that was taken by crime scene analyst somewhere else.
360, what are we looking at here?
That would be the bed in that same bedroom.
And what is this item here?
That is a blue dress.
361, same dress?
Correct.
Appears there's a notebook next to it?
Yes.
Did that notebook contain anything?
I don't know if it's that specific notebook, that there were various, I believe, notebooks in the area.
Were there various notes and writings in the area?
I would say yes.
335, is that shows some of those writings?
Yes.
336, is that zoomed in on the one in the center of the photograph?
Yes.
.338, is that another one of those writings? This one like crumpled up?
Yes.
339, another one of those writings?
Yes.
.337, another one of those writings?
Yes.
.376, another one of those writings?
Yes.
And this starts with, so it's been officially 3 days since Deviere and I have stopped talking. He doesn't really seem too phased.
Yes.
337, another one of these writings.
Correct.
378, again, another.
Yes.
379, another.
Yes.
380, another.
Yes.
381, another.
Yes.
382, another.
Correct.
383, another.
Yes.
384, another.
Yes.
385, another.
Yes.
386, another.
Yes.
387, another.
Yes.
388, another.
Yes.
And 389, the last one.
Yeah.
This one starts with broken heart again, another lesson learned.
Yes.
The following day, did you participate in writing a search warrant for some call detail records.
I did.
Do you remember which call detail records you were searching?
That would have been the Devyn's phone number, which was the 702-677-4430 number.
Okay, and call detail records come from the cell phone company.
Correct. In that case, I believe it was AT&T.
And other detectives will be better suited to talk about the contents of those, not yourself. You help.
Yes.
Okay, I'll pass the witness.
Frost,
Yes, thank you. Here. Detective, in reference to the writings that I'm gathering here at counsel's desk, you would testify that these were recovered at the Porcupine residence?
Were those ones that we were just going over?
Correct. Several of them, correct?
Correct.
You reviewed these in preparation for testimony today? Would you agree with me that these appear to be entries into a diary, perhaps?
I'd say like a journal source.
Okay, fair enough. And did these writings contain dates that you recall?
I don't recall seeing these.
So in reference to the contents of these, you can't give us any indication as to when they were written?
No.
Months before, years before, fair to say?
That's fair assessment.
Are you aware of how long the occupant, or first of all, who owned this home?
I don't know exactly who owned the home, but I was told that Devyn and Deviere were there.
Okay. Are you aware as to how long Devyn had been living there?
I am not aware of that.
Years, months, no idea. In fact, you have no idea where these were authored, correct?
No.
Were you aware of what was going on between the two houses, the Palmadura house and the Porcupine house? Occupants, what was going on, a move? Were you aware of what was going on?
Yes.
And based upon your knowledge, Jonathon Willette was moving into the Porcupine residence,
Yes.
correct?
That's what we're under the impression.
And that was the residence where you found the wallet, the keys, social security card, correct? You'd agree with me, it appears that items had been moved in, they were out of place. I mean, the place was kind of messy and looked like a move.
It did.
Okay. Did you have it, when you were at the Palmadura house, that house was in disarray as well, correct?
I think that's a fair assessment.
Fair to say that it appeared that the occupant, specifically Jonathon, was moving.
Yes.
In reference to the interview that you had with Devyn, the interview began approximately 12 p.m.
I believe so.
And that was at the Palmadura house, correct?
Yes. In the general area, it wasn't inside the house, obviously, but it was out front.
Okay. Fair to say that she had been summoned to the house that she had.
She did.
Had there been a discussion that neighbors had called her or something that she knew something had occurred?
I got the phone from one of the neighbors, and then I made phone contact with Devyn.
Okay. Asked her if she would come and speak to you.
Yes.
And she came willingly.
Yes.
And she agreed to cooperate with you.
Yes.
She obviously was made aware that something bad had happened.
Yes.
And it concerned Jonathon.
Yes.
And she came and freely and voluntarily answered your questions.
She did.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Oh, actually, one more question. You were given the map distance between the two houses. Do you have that, counsel?
Yeah, right. I have one map. It's probably under this.
Do you recall that it was a Google map in the distance?
So that would have been that map, yes.
There was a time on that map, correct?
That was.
Now, when Google calculates that time takes into account the time of day, correct?
I'm not sure Google, I'm more familiar with Apple Maps, like as far as on your iPhone, I know that it will typically account for traffic conditions.
So the time, perhaps if that's pulled in the middle of the day, would be a different time. Let's say that if it were pulled at 2:30 or 3 in the morning.
Exactly, yes.
I mean, fair to say that those distances and that, well, the distance remain the same, but the time to go from point A to point B would presumably be less in the middle of the night versus in the middle of the day. And when you pulled that, or when that was prepared, are you aware of what time?
I am not.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
No, thank you.
Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions? Okay, seeing no response, thank you, your Steve, thank you very much for your testimony here today.
The state calls Deviere Willette.
Here.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Sir, will you please state your full name and then spell it for the record?
Deviere Willette. DEVIERE WILLETTE.
Okay, sir, whenever you're ready, sir.
Deviere, how old are you?
29, sir.
What is your birthday?
March 1st, 1996.
What was your relationship to Jonathon Willette?
I was his son.
Do you have siblings?
I have 2 younger sisters.
And what's your mom's name?
Arminthia Sanders.
Do you remember or know when your dad and Arminthia split?
I was about 1 year old.
When you were split, you were 9 years old. Where were you guys living generally? Was it here in Vegas?
I don't remember.
Did you go back and forth between Vegas and California?
Yes, sir.
Quite a bit in your life?
Never saw him.
Okay. Did there come a point in time where your dad moved here and stayed in Vegas pretty much permanently until his death?
Yes, sir.
And where was he living in the latter years of his life?
On Paul, Georgia.
Is that with your grandma?
Yes, sir.
Is that Yoko? Did there come a point in time when you were introduced to a woman by the name of Nikki?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, you end up getting married to Nikki. And we have a lot to unpack here. I'm sorry to air your dirty laundry, but we have to ask a lot of questions about this, okay? When you first met Nikki, was she dating or in a relationship with your dad? They were dating at the time?
Yes, sir.
Where were they living at the time? No. When your dad and Nikki were together, did they eventually have children?
Yes, sir.
And is that your 2 sisters?
Yes.
I don't need to say their names, but what are their approximate ages? Okay. That's okay. I just need an approximate. So are they right now under the age of 13?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So were you in kind of living with that or anything like that when he was with Nikki?
Yes, sir.
And when they had the children together, were they living together?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember where that was?
Not the numbers, but it was on Blue Magic Street.
Blue Magic? Is that here in Vegas? Before the girls were born, did there come a point in time where you and Nikki, or was it after?
It was after.
Okay. So girls are born. Did Nikki and your dad stay together after the girls are born?
Yes, sir.
And for how long did they stay together before they split? When eventually after the girls are born, do you and Nikki enter into an intimate relationship?
Yes, sir.
About how old were you at that time? 19 years old?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how old she was at the time? How was it that that relationship kind of started? Do you remember who kind of, I don't mean to be crass, but like who made the first move or any of that? Okay, it's a long time ago, right?
Yes, sir.
While you were intimate with Nikki initially, was she still dating your dad? Or in a relationship with your dad?
Yes, sir.
Does it embarrass you to admit that in front of a bunch of strangers?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue being intimate with Nikki for an extended period?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if your dad found out about the intimate part of your relationship?
No, sir.
And I'm not going to say it a bunch of times, but when I say intimate, I mean sexual. We agree there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did there come a point in time where you all three lived under the same roof?
Yes, sir.
And was that the Magic House?
Yes, sir.
And is that when the relationship, intimate relationship started out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, tell me if you can remember, when is it that any of you three move out of Blue Magic? We need to get a sequence of events. Did you move out first? Did they split and move in different places, or can you remember that for me? Where did you move to?
I moved back to California.
And where did you stay in California, if you remember?
187 Park Circle.
Was that with other family?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Eventually, do you move back to Vegas?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what year that was?
No, sir.
Okay. When you do move back to Vegas, after moving to Cali, you move back to Vegas, do you move in with Yo at the Dura address?
No, sir.
Where did you move that time?
Back to the Blue Magic.
Okay. Did you then leave back to California for a second time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And while I stepped one step too far ahead, when you moved back to Vegas the first time into Blue Magic, who was living in Blue Magic?
My father, Nikki, and Janae.
The two girls? Was there some kind of discussion with Nikki at that time about being pregnant?
Yes, sir.
Describe that for the jury.
I went back to California and I was told that she was pregnant with my child, and if I didn't move back, she was going to have that child.
So she tells you this?
She told me that.
So you had gotten out of the situation back in Cali, and you, I presume, talked to her over the phone or something?
Yes.
She tells you she's pregnant, it's yours, and unless you come back, she is going to have the child.
Yes.
What did you do in response to that? Did you witness her go to a doctor?
No, sir.
Did she tell you anything about that child she claimed was yours?
She told me that she had gotten an abortion.
But you never saw any documentation or anything like that? Okay. So you're pulled back into the situation, you're back here in Vegas, and then you move out again to California.
Yes, sir.
When you moved back to California that time, do you remember your dad, Nikki, and the girls still staying at Blue Magic together?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So then you go back to California, and when is it that you return?
A couple of years after that.
A couple of years? Okay. And you spoke with Ms. Griffith and I last night, right?
Yes, sir.
We talked about, I'm going to ask you some questions, and if you don't know a date, you estimate, but don't guess. We're in agreement there, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're doing your best with the dates.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you moved back this time, were the girls living with Nikki and just Nikki?
Yes, sir.
Where was your dad living?
Drive.
Where did you move to?
Drive.
So you lived with your dad?
Yes, sir.
Who else lived in the home?
Yoshida.
Is Yoshida Yoko's partner, friend, boyfriend?
Yes.
They're elderly folks?
Yes, sir.
When you lived with your dad, how was your relationship at that time?
It was fine. I worked with him.
You worked with him too?
Yes, sir.
Doing what?
Anything and everything.
Okay.
Moving houses to setting up backyards.
Moving houses, setting up backyards? Okay. So let me ask you kind of a general question before we move on. Is it fair for me to say that your dad was in and out of your life growing up?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a strong relationship with your dad as you're getting into your late teens, early 20s, or was it just kind of a, that's my dad? Don't see him too often, or what?
No, I love my father, so we have a strong relationship.
Okay. Did there come a point in time when you're living with him at Paladura and working that you guys have some disagreements about work and other stuff?
Yes, sir.
Would you consider your dad to have been a hard-headed person?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was he an opinionated guy?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever tell your dad that you had been having a sexual relationship with the father of his children?
The mother.
The mother. Jesus, I said father. Yeah.
No, sir.
I apologize. Knowing your dad as you did, if he had known you were having a sexual relationship with his mother of his children, is he the type of guy that would have just said nothing and let it go?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you never tell him. I don't want an obvious question, but why not?
I couldn't go with the courage to do it.
Okay. Eventually, do you move out of the Paladura?
You can't hear him? Okay. And I'm sorry, sir. Your voice is just changing so much. Your voice is just really soft. We're gonna see if we can figure it out. Sir, can you just test one?
Oh, test.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Giuliani.
Thank you, Judge. Oh.
Nobody did that with intent.
All right. I'm gonna keep that one in the back pocket. So you eventually move out of Paladura.
Yes.
Dad stays, Yoko and Yoshida stay.
Yes, sir.
Where do you move?
To 5510 Porcupine Street.
Did you move in with Nikki?
Yes, sir.
And I've been saying Nikki. Did you know Nikki by several different names?
Tracy, Devyn, and Nikki. Those three.
Tracy, Devyn, and Nikki? Okay. Is Devyn spelled Devyn? D-V-Y?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you, after moving out of Paladura and into Porcupine Rim, resume your sexual relationship with Nikki?
Yes, sir.
Were your sisters living there, or was there some kind of custody arrangement? Or was that?
That was later.
Okay. So when you first move into Porcupine Rim, can you give us a date, a year, an approximate year, anything like that? And if you need to use the date of your dad's death, August 2023, as a point of reference counting back. Probably 2020.
Actually,
okay. So you live at, can we agree that you live at Porcupine Rim at least a couple of years with Nikki?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during this time frame, I'm going to ask you some very specific questions. Did there come a point in time when the family court became involved in the custody of the children?
Yes, sir.
Did Nikki lose custody of the children?
Yes, sir.
Was this before or after you married, if you remember? So after you married Nikki is when the custody thing happened.
Yes, sir.
Prior to that, were the girls living with you and Nikki at Porcupine Rim for however long you were living there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Dad, to your knowledge, is still living across town?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When Nikki lost custody of the children, did they move back in with your dad? And to your knowledge, did they live out at the Paladura address?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how long they lived at Paladura with dad?
No, sir.
Okay. Did there come a point in time in summer months, just before your father's death, that the girls moved back in with you guys, you and Nikki at Porcupine Rim?
Yes, sir.
Did they stay over the summer?
Yes, sir.
Did they have bedrooms there? And where were you sleeping at the time?
The master bedroom downstairs.
With Nikki?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were there times you slept on the couch?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did your sexual intimate relationship continue throughout the course of this time period?
Yes, sir.
I hate to air out your laundry, like I said, but I just have to ask it. When you're having this sexual relationship with Nikki, is it a tumultuous relationship?
I don't know the definition of it.
Okay. Is there a lot of kind of arguing and back and forth, or you describe it for me?
There was arguing back and forth.
Were there times in which you yourself were trying to get out of this relationship?
Yes, sir.
Describe that. How many times, what's going on in your head?
That when I tried to sell some shoes that I had in business.
Whose shoes? Okay.
I'm sorry, you just get a little bit closer to me. It's okay.
So I believe you said that you were trying to fill some shoes that you had no business filling. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
As a result of that, did you start to get a little uncomfortable and attempt to leave a couple of times?
Yes, sir.
ever come a point in time, and I want to be precise here, prior to you learning of your dad's death, that you learned he was going to move in to the Porcupine Rim address?
Prior, no, sir.
So you didn't know he was going to move in prior?
No.
Okay. Did you learn that at some point after?
I learned after the death when my grandmother was telling me about it.
Okay. Did you talk to your grandma like on the 7th?
The day after, yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So I want to now bring you to August 6th, okay, 2023. On that day, were you living at the Porcupine Rim address?
Yes, sir.
Were the girls living there?
Yes, sir.
Was Nikki living there?
Yes, sir.
Do you know or remember what you did during the day on August 6th?
I had woke up and went to work, and I got a phone call from my grandfather saying that my dad was critically injured. And
okay, let me clarify here. I'm talking about the day before you were notified.
I went to work.
Okay, so you work on the 6th.
Yes, sir.
Do you know what Nikki and the girls were doing that day?
No, sir.
Did there come a point in time after you get home from, oh, and I should ask you, did you drive a work van?
Yes, sir.
Is that the white one that was parked in front of the home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's another vehicle out front of the home. Whose was that? Not the Nissan Armada, but the little sedan.
Oh, that was my vehicle, sir.
Was that operable at the time?
Yes, sir.
And did you drive it?
Yes.
Okay. The night of August 6th, you get home from work. Do you remember a point in time where you saw your at the Porcupine Rim address?
Yes, sir.
Describe that for the jury.
So I just got off work. I was helping girls with their homework, and I believe I went into the garage and I saw my father bringing over a bunk bed desk for the girls, and his back was turned to me, so I closed the garage door.
So you didn't talk to him?
No, sir.
How was your relationship at that point in time?
We hadn't talked for a while.
At some point prior to that, had he learned that you had actually married Nikki?
Yes, sir.
How was that conversation, or if you had a conversation about it?
He sent me a text message asking or saying, I don't know what you're doing, but it's not right. And I responded with half of what you know is true and the other half isn't.
Okay. So your dad clearly knew you were formally married.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember the date you got married?
No, sir.
Did you ever get divorced?
No, sir.
Is that something you would like to do?
After this, yes.
Okay. Once this trial is done?
Yes.
Okay. That night when you see your dad moving the girls' stuff into the garage, you don't talk?
No, sir.
Okay. What did you do after that? Did you just go back inside or what?
I went back inside and I continued watching the movie with the girls.
Tell us and gentlemen of the jury kind of how the night progressed from there.
So I continued watching the girls, watching the movie with them, and Nikki had told me that she was going to go help John move some things, and I said okay. So I stayed at the house. We continued watching the movie, and after when the movie was over, I put them down bed, and I myself went to sleep.
Do you remember where you put them down to bed?
Yes, they had individual rooms upstairs. So I took them upstairs, I had them change into the pajamas, and then went to bed.
Okay. And then where would you have gone to sleep that night?
Downstairs in the master bedroom.
Do you remember texting Nikki saying something to that effect?
I remember texting her, letting her know that I put the girls to sleep, and I myself am going to sleep because I was working next day.
You had worked the next day?
Yes, sir.
What time did you typically work?
I believe it was 8 a.m. or 8:30.
Okay.
This robotic puppy looks so real, it completely fooled my neighbour who's a veterinarian. I've been a grandmother for 15 years, And this is the smartest purchase I've ever made. Last month, I got my granddaughter Emma this smart robotic puppy called Wuffy. I still can't believe what this tiny guy can do. This isn't just some stuffed animal. Wuffy has smart technology inside that recognizes Emma's voice and responds to her. He sits on command, barks when you talk to him, walks around the house, even tilts his head and wags his tail exactly like a real puppy. The first time Emma saw him, her eyes lit up. She cuddled him and didn't want to put him down. I could tell she felt calmer and happier than ever. She sleeps better now and smiles more than ever. Wuffy comes in 2 gorgeous colors, white and brown. I picked brown because it reminded me of my childhood pup. What I love most is watching Emma with him. When she pets his head, his tail wags and he makes these sweet puppy sounds. It's like having a real puppy, but made from completely safe materials. 3 neighbors have already asked where we adopted him from. That's how realistic he looks. Emma treats Wuffy like her best friend. She reads.
So I'm not going to show you a text message, but you remember sending a text message. Do you remember the time of that text message?
I believe it was 10 p.m.
Okay. And so after the text message is sent, do you remember receiving a response from Nikki, or you just go to bed?
I just went to bed.
And if I didn't ask you, where did you go to sleep?
Downstairs in the master bedroom.
The normal place you sleep.
Yes,
When you went to bed, was Nikki home?
No, sir.
That would be why you sent her the text, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember waking up at any point after falling asleep that night?
I'm waking up around 2 to her getting in the bed. And since I work early in the morning, I didn't ask anything of it. I just looked over, I saw her go back to sleep.
This was to you a normal night, right? You would have no reason to ask her anything, right?
No, because if they're moving things around, if they're just working through the night to try to get it all done.
Okay. You looked over, did you see anything out of sorts about her? I mean, I understand it was a normal night for you, but like, did you observe anything that was different?
No, sir.
Did you go back to sleep after that around 2?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when you woke up the next morning?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
Around 6 a.m.
Tell the jury how that morning progressed.
I woke up around 6 a.m. and I got ready for work. I'm usually the first one that's up, so I got dressed and went into it.
Do you remember seeing Nikki or the girls or anything that morning after you woke up? Okay. And do you remember where your job was that day by chance?
I worked at Hometronics, so I was all over the place in the city.
Okay. And would you, when you're working, do you drive the, work van?
Yes, sir.
When you're on your off days, do you drive the work van or car?
The car.
Okay. So on this day, can we presume that you're driving the work van if you're doing a job?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I believe you said you work normally around 8:30.
Yes, sir.
At some point in time, do you get a phone call?
Yes, sir.
Describe that for the jury.
It was a phone call from my grandfather saying that my father was critically injured and in the hospital.
Okay. When your grandfather tells you that, what do?
I proceeded to call my boss to take off.
And did you learn a little more information from another family member after?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
That he had passed away, and I didn't get any information on how he actually passed away. It was just that.
Okay. So initially, the first call, critically injured, but you tell your work, hey, I got to go. You learn after that he's passed.
Yes, sir.
Well, I guess, where do you go from work?
Straight on.
What do you do when you go home?
started drinking.
Okay. Did you drink back then?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember before you started drinking if the girls or Nikki were home when you arrived home?
No, sir.
You don't remember, or they were not?
They weren't home.
They were not home?
No.
Okay. On that date, August 7th, do you continue drinking after learning of your dad's death?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember the next time you saw Nikki?
I don't. I drank myself to sleep for the next couple of days.
Okay. So is it fair to say those couple days, after learning that on August 7th and maybe into the 8th, maybe the 9th, you're drinking pretty consistently?
Yes, sir.
Is it a bit of a blur for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At some point in time, do you remember police coming to the Porcupine Rim home?
Yes, sir.
And did they come inside and they do a full search and everything?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what day that was?
No, sir.
Okay. I want to ask you some questions about items in your home. At the time you were working for Hometronics, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had a work truck.
Yes, sir.
I presume you had some tools.
Yes, sir.
Were there times in which you had saws and stuff like that?
Yes, sir.
Do you normally carry a saw, or is that something you use for particular jobs, or how does that work?
I had a drywall saw inside my bag along with a screwdriver, a flathead, electric drill, measuring tape, leveler.
Okay. Is there a safe inside your home, or was there back then?
Yes, sir.
What was that safe used for?
What you saw in that scary picture was liver damage, and it happens specifically to people who are drinking a little too much over time. Drinking every day can lead to such serious problems like liver damage, fatigue, long-term health issues. I was guilty of having a glass of wine every evening to just unwind, but the hangovers were just becoming way too frequent, and I felt sluggish and tired all of the stinking time. I knew I needed to find a healthy alternative, and that's when I discovered Wind Down by Apothecary. Instead of reaching for that glass of wine, I grab Wind Down every single night. It is so simple. I use a full dropper under the tongue, or I mix it in with my favorite drink. Wind Down is packed with so many powerful ingredients like elderberry, hawthorn berry, L-theanine, and those ingredients help support better relaxation and sleep without harming your liver. Yep, that's right. No more hangovers, just pure relaxation and a restful night's sleep. If you're looking for a healthier way to relax, go give Wind Down by Apothecary a try. I'm telling you, your liver will thank you.
Is adding chicken broth to dog food actually dangerous?
So, Rob, what do you feed your dogs? You know, I used to think that I was making my dog's kibble extra special.
Guns.
Did you have guns?
Yes, sir.
Have many do you have, or did you have back then?
3.
Are you you're allowed legally to possess guns, right?
Yes, sir.
So you have 3 guns. Are they handguns?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember having them on August 7th, or was this general around that time frame?
We've owned the guns for a while.
Okay. Did your dad have guns too?
No, sir.
Okay. So you had guns, your dad didn't?
No, sir.
At least to your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So try to get any memory you have, but you don't remember the next time you saw Nikki, but you did see Nikki back at the home, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember her being there when the police came?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so at least when we can figure out from the police when they showed up, you saw her then.
Yes, sir.
When is it that you have any conversation with her about your dad's passing?
I believe it was the night that I found out, I was drinking heavily, and I believe she came home. So I'm sorry that this happened, and I kind of just wanted to do it.
Okay. You eventually, during the course of that search of your home, you're interviewed by police, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that was recorded.
Yes, sir.
At some point in time, you give a lengthier interview, correct? An interview.
Okay, sir.
And with that, you understand that was recorded as well.
Yes, sir.
You ultimately learn that Nikki is arrested, correct?
Yes, sir.
When is it, if you remember, that you learn she's arrested for murder of dad?
I want to say a week afterwards, maybe 2 weeks.
Okay. So somewhere in the range of a week or 2 weeks after the actual death.
Yes, sir.
In the interim, before she gets arrested and after your dad's death, do you remain at Porcupine Rim?
Yes, sir.
Do you question what happened to your dad?
Yes, sir.
Are there a lot of kind of unanswered questions you have during that time frame?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a point in time after her arrest that she contacted you from the detention center?
Yes, sir.
And Judge, we would move to admit 631, which is a recording of that contact. No objection. Thank you.
631 will be a minute.
Thank you. Permission to publish?
Yes.
Call from an incarcerated individual has been sentenced. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? What would you like to talk to?
They won't come.
Very soon, about you, you're not very close.
They're holding me here while they look for evidence. Because they don't have any evidence. They have no murder weapon, no motive, no nothing. They're only here to find it.
I'm pretty sure that he started.
What?
You sound like you should have really started.
I haven't gone to court yet. I go to court tomorrow.
Okay, well, not even in California.
Okay.
Scared of the girls. Really, my grandfather. Already getting fingerprints so they can go with him, and mine go with you right here. So will be your release tomorrow?
I should. That's what I'm hoping for. And that's literally what's going on. They have absolutely, yes, they have absolutely nothing on me. They showed me a picture of a sock for cleaning detergent. And they said, you have one in your house. And I'm like, okay. They're like, well, this would be at his house. Like, you're fucking joking. Like, that's literally what they showed me.
If you're getting released tomorrow, I'll leave it over.
So, I usually, if you go to California,
I will be calling them because I'm going to leave. I'll be about you, so you're not leaving.
what about?
And a lot of those articles about you, what happened.
News article?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if you get released. I still don't know what you believe. I'm sorry. But yes, I'm going to have one, and if you want to leave one, I'll leave it over. If not, then I have to do something with them. Very much on over there, close to those.
News article about me and have literally nothing.
Was so bad and consecutive. The second one was very graphic and still consecutive. Like I said, if you're on court and release you, I still don't know what to believe, and I can't be here. Karen?
Deviere, you mentioned a couple of news articles there.
Yes, sir.
When was it that you first learned of the graphic nature of what happened to your dad after his death?
I believe it was a day prior to the phone call that I was was sent an article from the Las Vegas News explaining what happened to my father and that she was involved.
At the end of that phone call, somebody hung up. Who did that?
She did.
When you were telling her, I'm leaving to California, I'll leave the dog, did you already plan all this kind of madness started to break it off?
Yes, sir.
Was that essentially what the jury just heard, your breakup conversation?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember if you ever talked again after that?
Never talked to me after that.
Look at me. Did you kill your father?
No, sir.
Did you have any involvement in killing your father?
No, sir.
Did you have any involvement in what happened to his body after?
No, sir.
Pass it.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a moment of cross-examination. We're going to take a brief recess. Cross-examination of this witness. This recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication. So you must not read, watch, listen to news or media accounts to commentary about this case. You must not do any research such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must make an investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate the aspect of the case, or any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or express anything regarding this case or find it to you. Ladies and gentlemen, 325 will be recessed until 3:40.
All rise for the jury.
Let the record reflect that we are outside the presence of our jury. Sir, you are excused during this recess. I just remind you that you are still under oath, so you are not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone until I'll be back at 3:40. Okay, thank you. The record reflect that we are outside the presence of our jury. Do you guys have any matters outside the presence?
We've got proposed exhibits. If we could have.
Can we just have a minute? Yeah.
Okay, all right, I'll come back with like a couple minutes and start.
Please be seated. Your Honor, the jury is all present and accounted for.
We are going to go back on the record. 239, the matter versus Devyn Michaels, the record clerk of Ms. Michaels, president of attorneys, deputy district attorney of the United States, both parties of our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and sir, I just remind you that you are still under oath. Okay, Mr. Dustin, how are you doing?
My name is Robert Draskovich. My partner, Mike Horvath, and I represent your wife. You and I have never spoken, have we? You've never spoken with my investigator, Ken Hardy, have you? Investigator. So this is the first time that we're actually having an opportunity to communicate, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, sir, if you just get a little closer, I might go.
You had testified today, fair to say, for the first time, that you had a relationship with your wife that went years back.
Yes, sir.
You've been asked that by a lot of people, correct?
Yes, sir.
You've been asked that before under oath, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't tell the truth, did you? Sir, you were given copies of your prior statements in preparation for your testimony today, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were. You're a smart man, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
And you reviewed those copies of your statements and testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because you wanted to be prepared for today, correct?
Yes, sir.
I see.
Sir, you can speak up a little bit.
You would testify today that you learned of your father's death for the first time about 1 o'clock on August 7th, 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'd said, I believe, your grandmother?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were interviewed by police just shortly after that, correct?
No, sir.
You were interviewed at 2:35 p.m. August 7th by Detective Ozawa.
Yes, sir.
He came to ask about you, your wife, stuff that was going on in the house and at the other house, correct? The Paladera house.
Yes, sir.
He asked you how you got along with your father, and you told him you never really got along, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's a little bit different than what you testified to today, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's the same? It's different.
It's the same. I work with my father.
I'm sorry. And this low voice, you can speak up, please.
I worked with my father. So we sometimes done all the things, but it doesn't mean that I didn't love my father.
Okay, but the question is, how do you guys get along? And your answer is, we never really got along, correct?
Only over work.
I'm sorry, sir, you have to speak up.
Only over work.
Only over work.
Yes, sir.
Well, it was just a few seconds after that that you said that you knew he was going to move in there, correct? And you didn't want to talk to him when he was at the house.
No, sir.
August 6th. You don't recall telling to that? You have this transcript that I'm going to start referring to. You referred to it and you reviewed it before and to prepare for today's testimony, correct?
Yes, sir. I was told shortly after his death that he was going to move in, but I didn't know prior to that.
Counsel, I'm referring to page 4. I'm sorry, I'll start on page 3. I did see him here when he was unloading everything into the garage. I just didn't speak to him. You're asked, okay, is that you guys just don't get along or just, and then you stated, we never really did. And the detective says, okay, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you say, so not to cause any complications here, because I know he was going to move in here. I just didn't want to talk to him.
That was after the death.
But you're talking about, you saw him the day before, he's moving stuff in, and you're not going to talk to him because you know he's going to move in and you guys don't get along. You're talking to the detective about what was going on in your head the day before, correct?
No, sir. I was told that the desk and a bunch of girls.
So when you're telling the detective on August 6th, I didn't go and talk to him because I never really got along with him. And I didn't want to cause any complications here because I know he was going to move in here. I just didn't want to talk to him. You're now under oath saying that meant something else?
No, sir. I'm answering the question. I was told after my father's death that he was going to move into the house, but I had no idea prior to that.
That's because you read your grand jury testimony, correct?
No, sir.
A little bit further down, same page. It wasn't really there for me, correct? I mean, you had resentment for your father, fair to say?
No, sir.
And then kind of realized who he was as a person. And when you were talking about coming out of Nickolas' house, you said, I got out as soon as I could, correct?
Yes, sir.
Page 5, you're asked, and then I guess, so your mom tells us that he was going to move in here. What's that arrangement? And you said she was going to tell me to move out, or she was going to give me some time, but he needed to get out of Yoko's house, and she was going to let him stay here, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you were going to move out, and correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're telling the detective who you speak to for the first time that you knew that Dad was putting out, that you were moving out of the house, correct?
I was told that the day before.
So now, you said before, until after now you're agreeing, you knew at least the day before that your dad was pushing you out of the house, correct?
No, I'm talking about the interview. So when I had the interview with Zara, that's when I found out everything prior to the interview.
But you're talking about not talking to him the day before because you know that he's moving in.
That's right.
Page 6. So we don't get along. So she was giving me the heads up so I can move out. Correct?
No, sir.
You're saying no? I won't misread anything. I mean, these are your words.
Can you repeat?
So we don't get along. This is like the third time you're saying this. So she was going to give me that heads up so I can move out.
Yes, sir.
And then the detective asks, and this is the second thing about your marriage. He asks you about marriage, correct? And you say, yeah, we're married.
Yes, sir.
Correct? And you tell the police officer that we're certified, but it's not like we're really, because she has a whole bunch of health problems, all that stuff. Remember that conversation you had with the detective?
Yes, sir.
So he asked you, so it's just like doubt for like insurance, you're saying? And you say, well, not like anything bad, like for the girls, correct?
Yes, sir.
That was true, was it? Which you were telling the detective after you're saying you for the first time that your dad's been murdered, what you told him about your marriage wasn't true, was it?
I was also drinking that day, I don't remember.
You've read through this transcript. You agree with me that you appear to be pretty coherent, correct?
No.
And you agree with me that it's kind of confused, and he's saying, well, wait a minute. She had kids with him, but you're his son, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it is clear Yoko didn't know, correct?
Yes, sir.
Page 7, detective asks again, trying to clarify the relationship and what's really going on. So he asks you, so I didn't know, but you're saying that you guys are married more out of convenience, not like you guys actually love each other. And you respond, yeah, we don't. It's not like that. It's out of convenience. Correct?
Yes, sir.
That was a lie, wasn't it?
No.
So you're telling us that you were telling this detective the truth?
Yes, sir.
Then the detective asks you, but you guys, do you guys sleep in the same room? And you say no, correct?
Yes, sir.
You guys actually did sleep in the same room. You slept in the same bed, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
When he asked if you two slept in the same room, you said no, correct?
Yes, sir.
Then he asks you, are you guys intimate at all? And you say no, correct?
Yes, sir.
That wasn't true, was it?
Yes, sir.
Fair to say that you were downplaying your feelings for your wife when this detective came to ask you about the murder of your father.
Yes, sir, because I didn't know what actually happened to my father.
Please say it again.
Yes, sir, because I didn't actually know what happened to my father.
Okay. But you're lying to the police officer about your relationship with your wife, correct?
Yes, sir.
So the detective, page 8. Case, and you knew he was moving in, and she told you that you were going to have to move out. And your response recently, yes, it was kind of a short notice, but yeah. And I mean, I know the person he is. So I was like, okay, whatever, I'll deal with it. That's what you said to the detective, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the detective follows up. Okay, and that's you were going to move out. Did he knew that you lived here? Or no, you lived here? And you respond, no, he knows I live here, correct?
My father?
Yeah. No, that lived in that house. The detective asked him, does he know that you live here? And you say, yeah, he knows I live here, correct?
Yes, sir.
You did confirm that you knew that she was going over there to your dad's house with the girls, correct?
Yes, sir. That was on custody.
Yeah. And the detective, confirming that you know that he's moving in and that you're going out, asks, why was he moving out of the other house? And you said, because they all they do is scream and yell. So my grandma would go downstairs at 6 a.m. yelling at him for the car payment, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also say, I think my grandma was kicking him out, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's true. And trust me, I'm not going to tell you anything that you didn't say, okay? I'm not trying to trick you. You're asked, page 10 by Detective Ozawa, bottom of the page. Okay, so then how long has, I guess, it been planned for them to move John in over here? Your response, I have no idea. Like, it was ran by me that, because we all know how he is. And it's like, okay, if he's moving in here, if he's going to be homeless, I get it. I can move out and go somewhere because I have a legitimate job, correct?
Yes.
So this isn't some one-off. You repeatedly confirmed to Detective Ozawa that your dad was moving in and that you were moving out, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you had the legitimate job, correct?
We both had a legitimate job.
You had a good job.
His job was better than mine.
He was a mover, part-time, correct?
He did everything.
Your grandmother was always angry at him because she owed him money. Fair?
Fair.
But you had a steady job at Hometronics, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you had the good, legitimate job that you were the one getting kicked out, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you're a technician for Hometronics, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that you do security systems, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you install entertainment systems.
Yes, sir.
You told the officer that you'd been doing that for about 2.5 years. Fair?
Yes, sir.
You were asked again by Detective Ozai, well, since you knew you were moving out, where are you going to move into? Where are you going to move to? And you tell them, and this is page 12, counsel. Yeah, like I have some friends down the street that I could roommate with, correct?
Yes, sir.
That made you angry, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you've been in this house with your wife, your dad's moving in, and you have to leave. You're telling us that didn't make you angry?
No, sir.
Now, today you testified that you'd worked the day before, August 6th, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you were actually off the day before, correct? You didn't work on August 6th.
I was drinking a lot. I don't remember.
But you would first tell a police officer, yeah, I worked yesterday, but then
Sir, I have to have you to speak up. The jury's having a hard time.
Sorry about that.
Is that better? Okay.
if you could just please repeat your answer. Trust me, I'm not trying. If you could speak up, please, and just repeat the last answer.
I was drinking a lot and I don't remember.
But you actually made the same mistake and initially told him I was working yesterday, but then you corrected yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you really weren't drinking that much. Because you at first said, well, I worked yesterday. And then you said, oh, actually, you know what? There's a day off. Correct? Sundays are your days off.
That was 10 years ago and I was drinking very heavily for my father's death. So
Okay. But sir, this conversation occurred August 7th, 2023. All right?
Sorry.
Or, I mean, you do, fair to say, it hasn't been that long, has it?
Not 10 years.
In reference to the day before, August 6th, and you seeing them moving in, okay, because you actually didn't work the day before. You said, I heard the door open. I thought one of the girls opened the door. So I came down and looked out and saw him loading stuff. And I was like, oh, all right, whatever. So I closed the door, just didn't hear it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at this point in time, you tell the detective that you actually don't have a room in the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
But that wasn't true. I mean, you were sleeping with your wife in the same bed, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said that your guy is a hot-tempered guy, correct?
That's who it is?
His father.
Okay, you said your daddy.
Yeah. You said he's like a hot-tempered guy, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said he had no filter, that kind of a guy.
Yes, sir.
You were asked, okay, so when you left Yoko's house, and that was a couple of years before, correct?
Yes, sir.
How often do you talk to him? And your answer was not at all, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the detective says, oh, and you say nothing. I mean, you say nothing, correct? Meaning you guys don't talk.
After he found out that we were married, we didn't talk after that.
Detective asks you, he didn't call you or nothing, and you said no, correct?
Yes, sir.
No text, nothing like that, and you said no, correct?
Yes, sir.
The detective then asks you, about you speaking with him a couple of months ago, and what did that entail? Like, what were you guys doing at that point? You correct and say, I didn't say I spoke to him a couple of weeks ago, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then the detective, I thought you said the last time you spoke with, like actually talked to him, was a couple of months ago. And you say, well, like it was probably years, correct?
Yes, sir.
You say he doesn't call me on my birthday, not on Happy New Year's, like none of that. So not Thanksgiving, so we just didn't talk, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you're asked by the detective, counsel is on page 18, is there anything you can think of that you haven't told me that you think might be important for us to know? And you say, correct?
Yes, sir.
So they're there trying to figure out this dynamic, and you've lied to them about the relationship that you have with your wife, and you've lied to them about the living arrangement where you're getting kicked out by your father, correct? He's moving you out.
Yes, sir, because I didn't know what exactly had happened.
You did say that it was kind of a shit show at the other house, correct?
Yes, sir.
That wasn't the first time that you had discussed issues concerning this dynamic, correct? Concerning your wife, you, your father, the moving arrangements, correct?
No, sir.
You were interviewed another time, correct? By another officer. And you reviewed that in preparation, the transcript, in preparation for your testimony today.
Yes, sir.
That interview occurred September 12th, 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this detective now, after speaking to you, and it's a little bit into the interview, tells you, well, you know, you weren't the main suspect. You know what I mean? This is, meaning the situation is a little different than hers. We're here to, you didn't do it, to clear you, correct? You recall that conversation? I'm sorry?
When did this conversation happen again?
September 12th, 2023.
Yes, sir.
Remember that? I mean, you're there being interviewed concerning being a potential suspect, and you remember the date, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're being told now that we're working to clear you, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were relieved, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
The detective asks you, does that make sense? And you say it does, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then the detective says, and while the chances of you even being there are so slim that it's just, there's, that's not even on the radar, correct?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you had told law enforcement that you weren't close to Devyn. You didn't really have a real marriage. And things aren't that bad with your dad, and you're basically being told, hey, it's good. You're good, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you're left there sitting for a little while, and the room's being recorded, and you say, this is going to be a fucking Netflix series, correct?
I don't remember.
I told you that you said that. Would you have any reason to disagree with me?
I'm just letting you know I don't remember.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
And before I forget, I'm sorry for going back, but there was a discussion with Detective Ozawa about the problem the morning, August 7th, about your wife trying to register the girls. Your dad was supposed to register them.
Yes, sir.
That's because they were moving into the house and the girls were starting at that school, correct?
Yes, sir.
So that's again a confirmation that you knew. You knew that they were moving into the house. Correct?
Yes, sir.
You testified before a grand jury, a little different room, but you were put under oath and you were called as a witness on September 14th, just a couple of days after that last interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And under oath, you testified like you did initially today that you were unaware that your father was moving into the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that it was something that you had learned after your father's death, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that there were no discussions about you potentially moving out, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, that's exactly what you said, no, sir. There was never a discussion and you said no, sir, but there were multiple discussions, correct?
So that I can remember, yes.
You were asked, were you estranged from your father? And you said, we didn't get along, correct?
Only while working, sir, yes.
I'm sorry?
Only while we worked here.
So you're still saying you guys got along just fine, but it was just work related?
Anytime I was with him, I had a good time.
I see. But you guys don't text, you don't call, correct?
Not after he found out I was married.
Today, now that she's on trial, you testified that she woke up at 2 o'clock on the morning of the 7th and she was in bed, correct?
Yes, sir.
But when you testified to the grand jury, you testified that you never woke up at all, correct? I'm referring to page 17, 18.
Yes, sir.
So your testimony is different again today on that point, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because obviously you waking up is kind of a big deal, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you were actually awake at 2 a.m. on the 7th, weren't you?
I woke up in bed and I looked over at her and saw that she got in bed, and I rolled back over and went to sleep.
You had been calling her that night from home phone, correct? While she did it with your dad.
We don't have a home phone.
Testimony is that you don't have a home phone. All right. So it's your testimony that you didn't call over and over again?
I believe I sent a text and she didn't reply, and then that's when I put the doses to sleep. So.
But that wasn't the only night that she was out with your dad. She was with your dad till like 1 a.m. the night before, correct?
Possibly moving things, yes.
So 2 nights in a row, she's with your dad and she's not home, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, through the course of your grand jury testimony, you are asked by a grand juror, because unlike this, I mean, grand jurors can ask questions, correct? And that was your understanding. They spoke to you.
Yes, sir.
You were asked how long you and Devyn had been married, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you answered 3 years.
Yes, sir.
And then there's some follow-up questions. Just like to ask you a couple more questions about that. Did you and Devyn? I'm sorry, page 30. Did you and Devyn get married in the traditional sense? And you answered yes. It was more of me helping out with the girls. Couldn't find a babysitter. So I figured, well, we both kind of sat and talked about it. When she has to go to work and can't find a babysitter, I could be there. She also had a whole bunch of medical problems, and it was very expensive to keep the girls at daycare, and she's sitting in the hospital, so I would normally be there to watch them. And then there's a question, okay, and I'm sorry to ask, was an intimate relationship that you were in with Devyn at some point? Your testimony under oath to this grand jury on this day was, yes, after the first year it started to get intimate, correct?
Yes, sir.
After the first year of marriage, it started to get intimate, correct?
It does not say that.
The context of the question, I've read it, it speaks for itself.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, the jury can determine what the context is. You just need to make it. So that objection will be sustained.
And if I may just read in for the record, I mean, this is prior testimony.
This is from the grand jury.
Correct.
What grand jury you on?
Page 35, I'll start at line 15, page 35. By jury. How long have you and Devyn been married? Answer, 3 years. Question. If I could ask you just a couple more questions about that, did you and Devyn get married in the traditional sense? Yes. Answer. But it was more of me helping out with the girls when she couldn't find a babysitter. So I figured, well, we both kind of sat and talked about it. When she has to go to work and can't find a babysitter, I could be there. She also had a whole bunch of medical problems, and it's very expensive to keep the girls at a daycare when she's sitting in the hospital, so I would normally be there to watch them. Question, okay, and I'm sorry to ask, was an intimate relationship that you were in with Devyn at some point? Yes. After the first year, it started to get intimate. Next question. Did it remain intimate up until the time of your father's death? Yes. You're getting closer to the truth of the nature of your relationship, the farther it is that you get away from perhaps being charged with his murder. Fair to say?
Can you repeat the question?
You're getting more and more truthful concerning the nature of your relationship with Devyn, the further it gets away from your having been charged or being charged. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
You testified today that you didn't remember the date that you married her, correct? Your testimony that you don't remember marrying her on December 21st, 2021?
No, sir.
Are these in stipulated? Thank you. There'll be exhibit numbers, but I'm going to show you some pictures, okay? And these were taken from your phone. From his phone.
Are those stipulated too?
Yeah, we have no objection. We just want a copy because
absolutely
we've just seen them. But
Okay.
I think we do for.
To this side?
Correct. I think.
Okay, well, let's just like.
Yeah. Yeah, they put them on. This is L3. It's been marked by your clerk. He was ahead of me, so thank you.
Right, but I think Steve is gonna be what it is, so we put it on the record.
Okay. L3.
It's L3?
Yeah, is that L3?
Yes.
Okay.
So L3, well, Mr. Dress, what's it, if the whole packet's being stipulated to, let's just erase the packet now. And
Okay.
go anything you want.
Okay.
So L3 to what?
Hang on just a second. A3 to S3.
Okay, A3 to S3 is invention of stipulation, we have prevention of punishment.
And in the interest of time, and since these will go back, I'm not going to go through each and every one of them.
I don't think so.
If we could please,
In the front.
right here.
Yeah.
Remember that date?
I remember the day.
Okay. But you do remember marrying her, correct?
Yes, sir.
Remember this?
And what do you think was that?
This is exhibit K3. And we're going to be showing you L3. Remember this?
Yes, sir.
So fair to say you and she had a traditional marriage, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
I mean, obviously it was a fairly passionate relationship, wasn't it?
You got weird, yeah.
I mean, for good and bad, correct?
Yes, sir.
That she had sent you a text just days before this case began about get out of the house. Do you recall that? Get your stuff. Don't think of coming back. I want a divorce.
I don't remember anything like that.
And you're still married to her, correct?
Yes, sir.
After things went down in this case, you moved to California, correct?
Yes, sir.
Through the course of your marriage to her, you wore a wedding ring, didn't you?
In the time and days, yeah.
And she wore a wedding ring too, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was a symbol of the commitment that you had to each other, correct? Rings are.
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what's been admitted, Defendant 3. That was the ring that she wore, correct?
Yes, sir.
You worked at Hometronics and you had tools, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were good at installing home security systems, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had hundreds of pictures on your phone of various systems that you installed, correct?
Yes, sir. After I was done with the job, I had to upload it to the Hometown's website to prove that I got the job done.
And Your Honor, this defense exhibit, it's like B1 through V2. We're moving through the admission. These are just images of secure systems.
B1 through B2.
I'm sorry.
B1 through
B1 through V2.
Oh, no objection.
Okay, B1 through V2 will be the
And in going through these security systems, you obviously were conscientious of the angles, correct?
I would always ask, I would set the camera up and I would ask the customer to pull it on their phone to let me know what angles
You're familiar with security cameras and what they picked up and what they didn't.
Yes, sir.
And there's going to be a stack of these, but I'll just show you just for like defense exhibit K2. And we've got one right here. You can see that, correct?
Sir.
You know what type of camera that is, correct?
A ring camera?
All right. Showing you defense exhibit D2. You got that, or this is an exterior camera. You installed that one, correct?
Yes, sir.
You know what kind of camera that is, correct?
That's also a ring camera.
I mean, you were good at what you did, correct?
Yes, sir.
And installing the home entertainment systems, I mean, you just saw you cut through 2x4s, you cut through drywall, things like that, correct?
Not 2x4s, it was just drywall.
Okay. But you had tools, you had saws, you had electric powered saws, correct?
No, just a drywall saw.
Okay.
For doing in-wall kits for TVs.
All right. And it's your testimony, Mr. Giordani, I asked you, it's your testimony, you didn't kill your father, is that correct?
I did not kill my father.
You left your home that night, didn't you?
Objection, what night?
The night of the 7th, early morning hours of August 7th, correct?
2023.
2023.
For the work?
No, you left the house in the dark at 2 a.m., correct?
No, sir.
You'd been on your phone. You were looking at pictures of you and Devyn, correct?
I don't remember.
You left home. You went to the Palo Verde residence, didn't you? The Palo Verde residence.
If you're talking about the night that my father was murdered,
Yeah.
I was home with the girls. We watched a movie. I put them to sleep. I received a text her letting her know that I put them to sleep and I went to sleep myself.
And that's your testimony under oath, correct?
Yes, sir.
Like the testimony under oath that you've given to the grand jury previously, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'll agree with me that you'll lie under oath if it fits you.
No, sir. I became a very alcoholic.
Okay.
So it doesn't. But I will answer truthfully to what I do.
You'd agree with me that you were an alcoholic before that day and you had a drinking problem, correct? Before August 7th, 2023. In fact, it became a really big point of contention between you and your wife, correct?
Yes.
The actions, correct? Things that you do, correct? She'd send you texts. I mean, she'd get angry about that, correct?
Yes, sir.
She'd tell you that you were turning into your father. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And you resented that part of your father, didn't you? Because he did the same thing, correct?
No, sir.
And you agree with me that when you drink, you do things that you wish you didn't, correct?
Other than maybe throw up, no, sir.
It affected your judgment, didn't it?
No, sir.
Affects your memory, doesn't it?
Yes.
I have no further questions, but thank you.
Can you read the rest of it?
Bear with me, Deviere, I just got some more questions.
Listen.
I want to clarify a couple of things. So, Mr. Draskich started his questioning by asking you if you'd ever talked to him or his investigator or anything like that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Since after that jail call we heard, you moved to California, correct?
Yes, sir.
You maintained a job out there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Living a normal, or I guess relatively normal life.
Yes, sir.
You traveled here after we contacted you and said this trial's coming up and we need you to testify, correct?
Yes, sir.
You came here willing.
Yes, sir.
You didn't make me go arrest you to bring me here, correct?
Yes, sir.
We flew you out, you came and you brought your girlfriend for support.
Yes, sir.
And your girlfriend's the young lady sitting in the back of the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Is it easy for you to talk about personal sexual life in front of all of these strangers and that big old camera right there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so tell the jury, was this a dynamic, untraditional relationship?
At first, it was just to help with my sisters and so in the beginning, no, and then at the end, yes.
Okay, and I'm not just talking about the marriage. I'm talking about since you were a 19-year-old kid having sex with your father's ex, or I guess live-in girlfriend at the time. You would agree that's not traditional?
Absolutely. Yes.
You would agree that's not traditional?
Yes, sir.
You would agree that, you know, it's not the best to do what you did?
Yes, sir.
Are you embarrassed of that?
Yes, sir.
But it happened, and you're acknowledging that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that sexual relationship went on for an extended period of time?
Yes, sir.
Without going through all these exhibits, you would acknowledge and you understand that the detectives took your phone and took a whole bunch of other phones, correct?
Yes, sir.
And before you even took the stand in front of these people today, you know that all these lawyers have access to your most personal, intimate conversations.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you doing your best to recall 2 years ago, back to 8 years ago in front of this jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you say, sitting on the stand today, you say, I believe I worked on August 6th. Is that what you believe?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Mr. Draskich made a big point of this, and I want to address it real quickly. Page 13 of the voluntary statement, counsel. This is about working the day before. Actually, it's bottom of page 12. The detective asks you, okay, is that what time you got off? And I'm going to be exactly precise with the words from this transcript, okay?
Yes, sir.
You respond, sometimes a little earlier. The detective asks, is that what time you got off yesterday? You respond, I got off yesterday at about, wait now, today's Monday. Yesterday was Sunday, right? And the detective responds, yeah. Then you respond, yeah, I didn't work yesterday. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I can show you this at any point if you need to see it. My point is, and my question is, on August 7th, you learned your father died from your grandfather, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have, you were at work and then you go home and you start drinking, correct?
Yes, sir.
You learn a little bit later that it's not like a natural death and there are police involved, correct?
Yes, sir.
There are police showing up to your house, they're searching it, they're talking to Devyn, they're talking to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You acknowledged with defense counsel earlier, you were not entirely truthful about the depth of your relationship with Nikki, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Explain to this jury, let them look at you and say, why is it that you were not entirely truthful about your relationship with Nikki on the day one?
I wasn't entirely truthful with our relationship because I didn't know that my father was murdered, and I didn't want anybody to find out that. I tried to fill some shoes that I shouldn't be filling.
Okay. So do you even know at the time you're giving this interview that Nikki was a potential suspect?
I was unaware for the whole thing. I just didn't know why the cops were in the house.
Okay. Did there come up a time in the intervening or the days after August 7th where you start to suspect she had something to do with it? Okay. Was that easy for you to come to that understanding?
Absolutely not.
Okay. She was your wife. She is your wife.
Yes, sir.
You cared for 2 children together. You had a lot of sexual history with this person, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you want to see her go to jail or get arrested for this?
Can you repeat the question?
And I should clarify. In the days where you're just suspecting and you're still kind of figuring out what's going on, did you want her to go to jail and lose her kids for this?
Once I found out after the news on the videos.
Okay. So once you find out what actually happened to your dad and you presume she did it, you want her to go to jail. Fair.
Yes, sir.
But before that, you're not in any of this interviews blaming it on her, correct? We agree there.
Yes, sir.
You're not saying she must have done it. You're just giving history.
Yes, sir.
You minimize your relationship. We can agree.
Yes, sir.
Okay. With regard to the questioning, Mr. Draskovich went through with the when you learned your dad was moving into the Porcupine Rim address. I want to talk about this for a moment. Before I get into the transcript, as you sit here right now, when is it that you think you learned that your dad was moving into the residence?
It was talked about before. I drank a lot. According to the paper, I did know about it apparently, but
okay.
I didn't think it was actually.
Okay. So, and bottom of page 8. Verbatim. You are asked about line 300, counsel. Okay, so then you knew he was moving in and she told you that you were going to have to move out, period. You respond, recently, yes. It was kind of a short notice, but yeah, period. And period, I mean, period, I know the person he is. So I was like, okay, whatever, I'll deal with it, period. They then ask, okay, and you were going to move out. He knew that you lived here or didn't know that you lived here. You responded, no, he knew I lived there. Detective says, and then ... and you continue and you say, but since I didn't talk to him and she was going over there for the girls and him, I kind of stayed away. I guess they would talk about it and she ran by me. I drink a lot, so she ran it by me apparently, and I was gonna move out for a short period of time until he got on his feet and I was gonna come back. Does that sound accurate? Dispute what's in the statement? Does it sound accurate?
Yes, sir.
You're not disputing what's in the statement.
No.
So even back then, you're telling them like, I drink a lot. She apparently told me this.
Yes, sir.
As you sit here right now, do you 100% remember when you learned your dad was going to?
No, sir.
Okay. Had you known beforehand, before his death, would that have caused you to fight him, hurt him, kill him?
No, sir.
Would you have had any reason to?
No, sir.
Did you want out of this relationship with Nikki at varying points of time?
Yes, sir.
And so had your dad moved in and you've been told you gotta go stay at a buddy's house, move out or whatever, would that have been a big deal for you at the time?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you, Deviere. I pass the witness.
Can you agree, Mr. Johnson?
Yes. This whole issue about the sexual relationship that you had with Devyn, beginning when you were 19, you didn't speak to the prosecutor or anybody about that until yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
You watched this opening statement, didn't you? Our opening statement, where we laid out what was in the phone, right?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, you watched the opening statement in this case, didn't you?
What was the opening statement in this case?
You don't know what an opening statement is or the opening statement?
I don't go to court a lot.
I see. So she's on trial. You're in California, or you're getting here, and you didn't watch this?
I've seen the YouTube video.
Then you talked to the prosecutor about these issues, correct? So you watched the YouTube video, you watched the opening statement, correct? And you adjusted, isn't that right?
What do you mean by adjusted?
You received a text from your father. (10/24/2022). You have nothing to tell me? WTF. I thought you were my seed. If what I know, I can't fuck with you. Then he sent you another one a moment after that. Double shit, correct?
Listen.
I have no question.
Any follow-up statement?
What YouTube video did you see and when did you see it?
It was earlier in the year. It was about the custody case. It wasn't about this one.
Okay, so that line of questioning just now was a bit misleading, so let me clarify something.
I'd object. The question was clear. It's whether it's his answer, I think, is misleading. So
Mr. Giovanni's objection, Mr. Giovanni's characterization is going to be sustained. Mr. Giovanni, if you think something needs to be clear, Mr. Jury, you can ask a clarifying question.
Okay. So what, maybe I mischaracterized or misunderstood the question. I thought the question was, did you watch a YouTube video last night of the opening statement that happened in this trial?
No, sir. I'm sorry. The video that I had witnessed was over the custody case, I believe.
Yeah, like months ago, correct?
Yeah, earlier
Okay.
this week.
Did you watch any footage from this trial before hitting the stand?
No, sir.
Okay. So what you're testifying to is not based on something Mr. Draskevich said yesterday or the day before, because you wouldn't know what he said, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when we met last night, I told you, I'm not going to tell you what anybody said in court. I want to hear the truth, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I said the most important thing is to tell the truth, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you doing that?
Yes, sir.
Pass witness.
Any follow-up, Mr. Justice?
you're capable of not quite telling the truth when it's to your benefit. Fair to say?
I just didn't understand the question. I'm sorry.
I see. You reviewed those transcripts prior to your testimony today, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you spoke with investigators from the district attorney's office in preparation for this trial, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
They went through what your testimony was going to be. They went through what your statements were going to be, correct?
Yes, sir.
They provided you transcripts of your prior statements, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it wasn't until last night that you talked about having this sexual relationship with your wife, about 19, correct?
Yes, sir.
And just last night's the first time you talked about it, just so we're clear, correct?
Talk to him.
To the prosecutor about this relationship that you had with Deviere. Last night was the first time, correct?
Well, he is, yeah.
Yeah, but no, I'm sorry. It's been a long day. But
It's okay.
with Deviere, that you spoke with Mr. Giordani last night for the first time, correct? About your relationship with Devyn Michaels, going back to 19, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have no further questions?
Any problems?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just got to clarify. Just so everyone understands, you testified at a prior proceeding where I questioned the grand jury thing that we were talking about earlier.
Yes, sir.
And you talked about the relationship and you said it was sexual after the first year and it went up and until your dad's death.
Yes, sir.
That's back in September of 23.
Yes, sir.
Last night, you flew in out of state, you came with your girl, and you met with us with a witness present, a guy with a badge. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I don't know if it was meant to be suggested this way, but what I heard was they told you what to say or something like that?
I object to that. No, I didn't. That wasn't my question. So that was
Okay.
okay.
We asked you questions, correct?
Yes.
And I told you, I can't tell you anything that's happened in court. That would be unethical, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I told you to tell the truth.
Yes, sir.
Pass away.
Any follow-up, Mr. Justice?
Just so we're clear, I'm not accusing him of any wrongdoing. I'm just saying yesterday was the first time that you had a discussion about having a relationship with your wife, a sexual relationship from the time you were 19, correct?
No, sir. It sounds like I was already interviewed about it and I talked about it.
I read you your grand jury transcript. No, that was in the context of your marriage. You never testified before the grand jury about having a sexual relationship with your wife that began when you were 19, correct?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
Any follow-up, Mr.
No,
Justice?
thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury have any questions for this witness? Seeing no response, sir, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. Counsel good approach. At this point, we are going to take our nighttime recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to news or media accounts or communicate on these. You must not do research, such as consulting dictionaries, references. You must not make the investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspects of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not force anything regarding this case unless God has submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. All rise for the jury. You can sit in my chair. Thank you. No. 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. 9
Don't talk around the jury, obviously.
All right, man, the record stuff, you're outside the presence of a jury, we are off the record.
They told you these stories didn't exist. We're here to prove they do. Real footage, real crimes. No filter. For more true crime from the South, be sure to like and subscribe to our channel at Southern Sin. You can also support more episodes by becoming a member of the Southern Sin channel, where you'll get early, exclusive access to crimes that mainstream media won't show you. Tune in for all new episodes every True Crime Tuesday at 9 p.m.